Yeah, we can start the session, sir.
Ma'am, please, absolutely, as per your schedule.
Yeah, thank you, sir. An ignited mind is the most powerful weapon on the earth. This is got through the right education. An educational system isn't worth a great deal if it teaches young people how to make a living, but doesn't teach them how to make a life. And the job of an educator is to teach the students to see the vitality in themselves. A very good morning to everyone. It is my great pleasure to see you all, and we are deeply honored with the presence of our distinguished guests today. On behalf of IILM Graduate School of Management, I, Dr. Shamli Satpathy, welcome you all to the 5 days faculty development program on emerging trends, pedagogy, teaching skills in management education post COVID-19 under the AICT Training and Learning Academy. It is gratifying to note that the agenda of this FDP covers a wide range of very interesting horizons related to management education. The challenges created by COVID-19 pandemic have impacted the whole economy largely, including the education sector. Based on the prevailing unpredictable situation, the management institutions have implemented online teaching as a concept of remote working. So there is a shift to remote teaching and learning with emergence and effective approaches to curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. The business schools are now focusing on emerging trends on technological advances such as artificial intelligence, digital marketing, business analytics, and technologies. Again, the virtual reality and the Internet of Things, these are there, which is making the fundamental change these days. With these changing trends in technological advances, changing nature of jobs, and an evolving workforce, there is always a skill gap between the products of the education system and the requirements of the corporate sector. Even before the outbreak of COVID pandemic, industry expectations from the management graduates were being recalibrated. Some other changes like virtualization of talent, rising HR costs, as a result of which industry in today expecting management graduates to be far more job ready than in the past. Industry is also sourcing talent from wherever available global instead of local talent hubs. Therefore, the quality benchmarks of talent have changed. According to a report by the World Economic Forum, 35% of skills needed for jobs across industries will change by 2025. Therefore, there is an immediate need to address this skill gap. In view of these concerns, the objective of this FDP is to enhance your knowledge in the recent trends of management domain and suitable approaches to curriculum, pedagogy, teaching skills, and assessments with an emotionally intelligent culture for effective learning outcome. The focus will also be on skill gap analysis between the educational system of management institutes and industries demand with an aim to enhance employability in all sectors. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Similarly, ignorance cannot drive ignorance. Only wisdom can do that. With this divine thought, now I request the chief guest, Professor Neharika Bhora, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Our guest of honor, Colonel V. Venkat, Director, All India Council for Technical Education. Professor Sujata Shahi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IILM University. Professor Taruna Gaur, Director, IILM Graduate School of Management. And Professor Ava Singh, Director, IILM Center for Emotional Intelligence for Lighting of Lamp.
हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे, तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे। हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं तेरी शरण हम, हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
Thank you all. To begin with, I request Professor Taruna Gautam, Director of IILM Graduate School of Management, Greater Noida Campus, for the welcome address. Ma'am.
Thank you, Shami. So good morning, everyone. On behalf of IILM Graduate School of Management, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all for the inaugural session of the ATAL-sponsored FDP on emerging trends, pedagogy, teaching skills and management education post-COVID. I extend a very warm welcome to our Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Niharika Vora, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. Our guest of honor, Colonel B. Venkat, Director AICTE, Professor Dr. Sujata Shahi, Vice Chancellor IILM University, Professor Dr. Abha Singh, Director IILM Center for Emotional Intelligence. Also, we would like to heartily welcome all the speakers present during the inaugural session and also all those who shall join us during the different sessions for the 5 days ahead. I also welcome all the participants who have registered for this FDP. Before we proceed, I take this opportunity to briefly provide an overview about the institution hosting this FDP. IILM, established in 1993, is a leading institution in management education with campuses located in New Delhi, Gurugram, Greater Noida, Lucknow, and Jaipur. IILM offers AICTE-approved postgraduate diploma in management, accredited by NBA and approved by AIU. IILM has also been accorded the prestigious SAQS accreditation and International Quality Assurance Label for business schools by the Association of Management Development Institutions in South Asia, MDSA. IILM also offers programs in engineering, law, and liberal arts. We are also glad to share with you that IILM has been selected as a champion for United Nations Principles for Responsible Management Education, PRME initiative. With this status, IILM joins a selected club of 25 business schools across the world, and it is the only institute in India which has been awarded champion status. IILM has always believed in the concept of multidisciplinary and holistic approach to education. This is also the approach of the government's new education policy, and we have embraced it completely and are in the process of implementing it in all letter and spirit. COVID-19 pandemic is clearly a sign of changing times. It has brought glaring challenges across several sectors. Education is also one of them. As we prepare to return to campus, many of the technologies that helped us simply survive and sustain in classrooms will continue to become permanently embedded in our educational methods and play a pivotal role in the refinement of practices consistent with an ongoing shift to more student-centered learning. The objective of this FDP is to enrich the knowledge of faculties through interaction with eminent personalities, both from industry and academia. We are sure that all 14 sessions during the 5 days workshop shall engage the participants and provide relevant inputs that we should be able to take to our classrooms, whether we are in online, offline, or hybrid mode. Probably we also assure you that all the inputs that you get during these 5 days should certainly help you in improving the effectiveness of teaching. I once again welcome you all once again to this intellectual journey. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Abha Singh, Director, IILM Center for Emotional Intelligence, to provide the insights on importance and relevance of training.
Thank you, Shamli. Greeting to one and all. This Monday morning, 6 September 2021, in the inaugural session of Atal Online FTP, organized by IILM Greater Noida campus. We are grateful to academic luminaries present online today. Chief guest, Professor Niharika Vora, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Skill Entrepreneurship University. Guest of honor, Colonel Venkat, Director AICT, and our Professor Sujata Sahi, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Gurugram, and all the august participants with whose participation this inaugural session and online training is possible. IILM believes in developing and training teachers as their prime duty, and it is a noble service to nation building. In this context, I would like to apprise the House that our PhD program of IILM University is focused on preparing the teacher for the new century. So this is how we take training as a core essence of our culture. And this FDP is a value addition to this amalgamation of training program which we keep conducting from IILM. Learning at any age is an integral part of our life. As a faculty trainer and behavioral scientist, I believe the day we stop learning as a teacher, it's the end of the journey and growth. Learner mindset approach set the teachers on the right path of exploration and innovation. And this in turn lead to the outcome of creative, innovative, and skilled human resource ready for job market in various sectors in our country. So let's learn, unlearn, and relearn, making learning mantra of success and overall progression. I am optimist that academic fraternity will utilize this opportunity to the fullest. I wish a great success to this Atal Online FDP program. Let's start this practice with this perspective in our mind that learning makes life simpler and happier. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Sujata Shahi, our Honorable Vice Chancellor of IILM University, Gurugram, to share her valuable thoughts. Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shamli, Dr. Taruna, and Dr. Abha. Once again, good morning, everyone, and welcome to IILM. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Niharika ji for taking out time from her busy schedule for sharing her thoughts on the topic emerging trends, pedagogy, and teaching skills. Also, I welcome Colonel B. Venkat, Director, AICT, all participants, faculty members, and scholars across different parts of the country. I remember 20th March 2020, when we moved to online teaching without much prior experience and learned to manage effective teaching. Students were confined to their homes without a clear-cut plan on how to continue their learning. The inaccessibility to physical classroom accelerated a new educational pedagogy with digital at its heart. In no time, the traditional chalk-top teaching model transformed into one that is driven by technology and focuses on skill development. This has resulted in new education trends emerging to stay in the post-COVID-19 world. Today's students grew up in a world where technology is a natural part of their environment, Their expectation is that technology is used whenever appropriate to help them learn, develop essential informational and master the fluency necessary in their specific subject domain. This is one blended learning has grown in use across schools, colleges, university, and other places as well. Here, I would like to highlight 2-3 points. Although Niharika ji is here, she is expert in skill development and in other domains also. But few things I would like to highlight, which I personally feel, changing role of a teacher. Technology cannot replace educators, but our role has been changed and need to redefine it from knowledge giver to facilitator in the pedagogy system to help our students become a lifelong learner. Demand for short-term course. Dr. Shamli talked about those courses were taking place. It's important to have some short-term course, and we should have expertise to teach those short-term course by upskilling ourselves. Actually, to remain agile and relevant in the job market, even COVID-19, after COVID-19, students are required to continuously upskill themselves and industry-ready courses. Students need to learn the right skills that help one to stay resourceful in the long term. Apart from hardcore technical aspects, soft skills are also required. In this global environment, young people require resilience, adaptability. These are the skills are proving to be essential to navigate effectively through this pandemic and later also. Looking into the future, some of the most important skills that employers will be looking for will be creativity, communication, collaboration, empathy, emotional intelligence, and being able to cross demographical lines of differences to harness the power of the collective through effective teamwork. This is also very important. Even this pandemic has given us an opportunity to rethink the way we teach, the way students learn, and how we educate future generations about ideation, divergent thinking, approaches of problem solving, and creating new product which could be sustainable. This FDP will create a platform to brainstorm on innovative pedagogies which best suited for teaching and helping students to equipped with relevant skill sets. Once again, I welcome you all to participate and share ideas in our faculty development program. All the very best and keep growing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable thoughts. To continue with, it is my great honor for me to introduce our chief guest, Professor Niharika Vora, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University. She is one of the finest teachers who has been leaving evergreen marks in the field of management education. Professor Vora is a specialist in behavioral science. She has served IIM Ahmedabad as a professor in organizational behavior area for 21 years. She has extensive experience with the corporate sector as a consultant, coach, mentor, and independent director. She has won Best Instructor Award and has been the chairperson of IIM Ahmedabad's doctoral program, editor of Vikalp, on the editorial board of several international journals. Dr. Vora has published 70 peer-reviewed research papers in top-level international and national journals. In addition to this, she has authored and developed teaching material that is used in several countries. She has guided 12 PhD students at IIM Ahmedabad and has been an academic advisor in 5 national level educational institutions. Dear participants, please give a warm welcome to Professor Vora. Ma'am, I request you for your keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind invitation, and also congratulations all of you who have registered for this and are going to spend your valuable time learning about and deliberating on this very important topic as to how we all need to possibly relook at ourselves and relook at how we want to teach going forward. I would also like to thank Professor Sujata Shahi for inviting me and giving me the honor to speak to all
Thank
of
you.
you. Thank you. So I would, while I'm going to see you again later in the week. So this, in the next 5 minutes, I just want to say that each one of us, I think when we commit to teaching, we commit to a process of lifelong learning. And it's not just for us that we commit to a process of lifelong learning, we also commit to, enabling our students to be learners for life. And I think teaching a concept, finishing a class, completing a curriculum is one part of the story. The second part, which is the more important part, is that how do I enable a student to be a lifelong learner, is another part of the story. And it's not an easy process, because for the longest time, most of our students have come from systems, unfortunately, where the focus has been on receiving grades, on and passing exams and getting to the next level. And once they come into the management education, for most of them, this is really going to be their final degree. And for many of them, this also is a time when they are looking at it for the assured success, assured passport to making a career. And in that entire process of getting a job, final degree, I think learning often goes for a toss. And as instructors, as faculty, as management educators, I think the question comes back to us is how do we enable them for learning? Because at the end of the day, each of us know that what really impacts our own success is really how much and how quickly are we able to learn whatever comes our way. So how resilient we are, how agile we are, and how curious we are, how curious we are about everything that comes our way. And again, I think as a management instructor, our job is not to load them with a lot of concepts, which is important, but it is to actually create curiosity, reflection, ability to understand what happens when, and to also enable them to take decisions. For all of this, I think one of the most important things that you possibly need to look at is how do you make a part of your learning related to what is happening out there in the industry. And very often it is not easy to create connects with industry, because industry also believes my job is not to train my job is to actually hire people who are ready. And and also sometimes industry sees us not being very interested in their problems. So I would say that every faculty, each one of you, must reach out if you really want to enable teachers, your students better, and impact your own teaching better. You must reach out to the industry. For whatever you teach, doesn't matter what you teach, can you look at how do I in fact find applications in today's time for the concept that I'm teaching. I can tell you that every time I have done that, I have always found something more enriching to tell my students. Sometimes bookish concepts are very elegant, but they don't necessarily translate, or people can't see why they are relevant to the context that they have come from or they are going to. So my request is, learn how to also handle the ambiguity, the difficulty that comes to working with industry. And secondly, sometimes when you go to the industry, your ego gets a very big beating. You are no longer the god of your class, right? In fact, a lot of people treat you as like, why you come here to waste my time. I think if you are willing to take a little bit of that hit on your ego, and you're willing to say that this is for the sake of learning, because you made a commitment to be a lifelong learner, you could actually set yourself and your learners on a very high powered path towards learning. So that's all I would like to say at this point of time. I will talk to you later, but my suggestion is that in the context of even this workshop, even this FDP that you do, look at, talk to, discuss with a lot of people how they are able to bring the industry and the classroom closer. Because that is what really enables your learning, enables students learning, and makes people to learn rather than simply learn to pass an exam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the enlightening thoughts. And we appreciate the way you have shared your thoughts and reflection on students learning in management education in the given context. One session with you, and we are so lucky that we are going to be a part of your session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now the person who has dedicated his many years as an army officer to serve the nation is presently at AICT and is handling faculty development related issues and release of grants through AICT, AQIS schemes. It is my privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Colonel B. Venkat, Director AICT. Having nearly 30 years of service experience and served in all possible appointments of command, staff, and instructional across the country and abroad, Colonel Venkat has a unique distinction of representing India as its technical military attached to Russia. He also handles AICT's important quality initiatives like National Initiative for Technical Teachers Training, which is mandatory for the purpose of regularization and promotion to all teachers, implementation of examination reforms, AICT students learning assignments, 360-degree feedback, technical book writing, and processes for implementation of NEP 2020. Sir, we welcome you and request you for your address.
Thank you, Shamli ma'am. It's absolutely an honor to be coming and speaking on your online virtual platform. It gives me immense pleasure to first of all compliment and congratulate you for a program which you people are commencing today. And suffice to say the least that, when I am in the midst of such significant dignitaries, it's always welcoming for me also that I get honored that I'm also sharing the common platform. I was overwhelmed actually speaking to listen to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam Dr. Niharika Vora ma'am. Wonderful. The way ma'am spoke, absolutely brilliant. Each and every word what she says, each and every word what ma'am spoke, ma'am told you people to emulate in life. It's actually the way things are supposed to be progressing. I had also the honor to listen to the speakers before that, and your Vice Chancellor of your own university, Professor Sujata Shahi ma'am, in one common platform listening to two Vice Chancellors. So trust me, I'm deeply honored. And it suffices to say that your university or your program is that much more attainable, that much more important because of the topic which you people have chosen for this weeks-long training program, which happens to be pedagogy and teaching skills, and more so when you talk about emerging trends. Taruna Gautam ma'am also spoke about the times in which we have gone by in the last year plus. Yes, that's at AICT also. It was kind of very troublesome to understand how to handle things. But one thing which I understood, that everything in the world can come to a stop citing whatever reasons, whatever natural or artificial or man-made calamities. But it was so heartening to see that it was a teaching and learning profession which took off. And I heard the date, 28th of March. I heard this date from one of the speakers, that 28th of March last year, you went online. So please appreciate and understand if in a matter of 5 to 6 days from the lockdown being announced, you can go ahead with your teaching learning in an online methodology, an absolutely new system which was never tried or tested before, and then go about excelling in it. I don't think so there is anything else which is impossible. Wonderfully said. I recollect the word unlearn, relearn, and then learn once again. I think I got that sequence right, ma'am. It was something which was good. And please pardon me, I'm going to be quoting this sentence in my some other talk in some other institute whenever I get a chance to speak, because I love this framing of this sentence. It has got a very deep rooted understanding in case if somebody just gives a thought to these 3 words. Whatever we have learned, I think we need to build upon it. If we cannot build upon it, then we need to unlearn and start learning once again. That is the whole concept of it. And all of you are aware, we are living in a times which are so very national education policy driven, it's technology driven. Unless and until the faculty members and teachers continue to remain alive and current and relevant, imbibing each and every technological aspects into your teaching and learning, things are going to be that much more, competitive. That is exactly what word I would be using. But having seen the teachers and the faculty members from very close quarters now for the last 2 years, after coming, I'm on deputation here, so I'm still serving. And in army, we used to think that we are the only people, who are supposed to be working or slogging. After coming here, I suddenly realized you people are working from morning to night. And it's commendable. It's absolutely wonderful. To all the participants who are connected with us today, do give due regards to your coordinators, co-coordinators, resource people who are going to be coming and speaking. The minimum that each one of us together in this particular platform online can do is remain connected. And at the end of this complete program, in the least you can or me together, we all can do is, not that they are expecting a thank you or a word of appreciation. All that the people expect is that please follow whatever you have learned in your teaching and learning practice. And if you can assure that this is exactly what you're going to do, I think everybody will be so very happy. Abha Singh ma'am, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Each and everybody who has been connected, it's my honor and pleasure that I got a chance to speak from AICT. We wish you people all the best. Do keep soaring to much more greater glory heights. And obviously, as they say, sky's the limit as far as education is concerned. Keep progressing, keep learning new things. Pedagogy and teaching skills are something which has no end. It has no end. It is unlike your domain specific subject, which are so very book related. This has no end. So the more you learn, the more you practice, that is how you become a finer person. More important is for each one of us to be a finer human being. And that is exactly what comes in when you have an empathy in yourself towards teaching and learning. Thank you, Shamli ma'am. Pleasure interacting with each one of you, and all the best for your particular program, and Jai Hind and warm regards to everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts on learning, focusing on the technical aspects. We are delighted that you are with us for the first session today. We will start that shortly. So on behalf of IILM Greater Noida campus, I extend my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Professor Neharika Bora, guest of honor, Colonel V. Venkat, for gracing the event and delivering the inaugural address today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your valuable presence and time to inaugurate our Atal FDP and set the right context and direction for the program. You both have made a very huge effort to join us today. We are really thankful. I would like to thank Professor Sujata Shahi, Professor Taruna Gautam, and Professor Abha Singh for their kind support and guidance in making this session more meaningful today. importantly, I convey our sincere thanks to all the participants present here today. You being the driving force behind this event, thank you for listening to us, for being here, and most importantly, for giving your time and making your presence. Thank you very much. I request all the participants to be here for the first session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ma'am, with your permission, can I be breaking off, take a 5 minutes break and then come back and
Yes.
let me start my office works?
Yes. Yes, sir. We can do that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can wait for 5 minutes. The next session is on emerging trends in management education. Within 5 minutes, we are going to start this. I request all of you to be here only.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shamli ma'am, with your permission, I've already been introduced, so I understand that each one of you already know me, so there is no requirement of any additional introduction.
Sir, I would like to just highlight the session just for a few lines. So this is the first session, dear participants, on emerging trends in management education, special reference to COVID-19 outbreak. And the objective of this session is to highlight the trends in management education as we are currently going through one of the most historical changes ever experienced in the last 100 years. So Colonel Venkat is there with us. Sir, over to you. What happened? Just one second.
I think if you see during social science, it's engineering. Now, how as a faculty, as an academician, we are going to address this and make a meaningful contribution to our system of education, and most important, the learner-centric approach, which I gave in my perspective of why training is important in our life. Whole life I have been training people. I have more than 60,000 plus numbers in my record as a trainer. I feel first I need to have open mindset, what Colonel Venkat sir rightly mentioned, that teachers I think one day we changed. I think that's what I appreciate each one of you in this fraternity, in this online training which we are going through right now, that nobody gave us a time for training. How do we do that? That's an emerging trend. That shows that we are ready to change for good, change for better tomorrow. As a teacher, we know we are building future in our classroom, now digital world. So this is one trend which I noticed as a behavioral scientist, as a psychologist. And cognitive science, brain science tells us that we can't hold the attention of our students more than 20 minutes. And also right now we are teaching you and training you, we can't hold attention more than 20 minutes. And I have been the science was very helpful to me as a teacher, as a parent, as a mentor, as a guardian, that I used to reach to people and connect and go to their mind and travel inside their mind, and get best out of them. That's what our job as a teacher. It's not the only job of psychologists and behavioral scientists. As a trainer, I feel as educator, we all can be educators. We need to check ourselves. Can we train? That training skill as a teacher, as a faculty resource, we need to imbibe that training skill, if you ask me. It's a very rare to see amalgamation of training and teaching in a teacher. Many of you will disagree with me, but I have felt this experience that I have in my college, in my university, with my past experience, that there is a very rare combination of teacher and trainer in one person. And if I have that, today we are talking, another trend which I am seeing, we are talking for the skills of our students. Hold on, we need to check ourselves. Do I have that skill to conduct that training in the class for that skill which is required in the industry, be it a management, be it a psychology, be it a social science, be it education, be it engineering? The list is, I think, long, we all know it. So that's where I need to address those challenges in a very rightful manner. Not giving stories from here and there and completing your class, which Professor Vora rightly mentioned. This is one side of story. The other side of story, who will take care? That's the emerging trend which we need to check ourselves. And that's why I have one session with you on emotion intelligence. First technique in that emotion intelligence is self-awareness. And that's where is important for everyone to look at. This self-awareness is not for my students. First is myself. So that's where the emerging trends you need to, Kannan Venkat will tell you, but have you identified? I'm giving this thought to all of you as a thoughtful teacher. Just think, reflect, what are those emerging trends with my experience I have identified? You are coming from different places. I have seen the data with Shamli ma'am. So I know the mixed audience we have, diverse audience we have. We are interacting in pan-India context in a digital space. So you all have different views. You can share when sir is talking to you. But I will again humbly request all of you as a teacher myself that let's check ourselves. What is the emerging trend I have noticed and understood while I was teaching in my class? I can tell you many if you ask me. But this report which we receive from journals and publication is based on our experiences, which has been scientifically evidenced. And that's where today this topic, which Dr. Shamli is talking on the FDP, which we decided is something very urgent need. And it is a clarion call, if you ask me. It's a clarion call that we all need to be trained ourselves as a teacher. Not gone are the days that reflecting professor sitting in a class and thinking, and today I'm giving that's also important, but what's the outcome? If my students I have taught, but they have not learned, need to question ourselves. That evaluation will come in the end or in the mid, but what will happen of first session I'm taking in the class? See, this with my experience of more than 2 decades and 25 years, I must tell you, I always used to caution student that I don't want to waste my time with you if you have not learned. Please check me, please stop me when you think that I'm not learning from you. And in the end, I'll ask you, what is the takeaway today? So that's how it gave me a grounding principle of learning and training, that if we have so many participants today, 110, if we have a session, and if you have got 2 things in your mind from inaugural session also, 2 things which has really hit you, and you start thinking, oh, this is something which I need to do. And that's why we conduct the training programs. But this will fall flat if my mind is not open to it. I need to check, I need to question myself. These are the emerging trends, that how in digital world we need to conduct our classes with latest pedagogy. Engagement is a major problem of a student. Third point, first was I told you that how we are going to change in one day, we change it. Second, it's up to us whether we are a teacher or a trainer, the skill required. Third is that how we are going to imbibe pedagogy, which is important in the digital world. What are those? And there are many, I think, when we talk to 100 or 200, how do we engage? It's a difficult challenge, which I talk to many professors and my teachers. They say that students do not come out of video, they hide behind the video, and it is only our country. If you talk of Zoom meeting, Zoom is a video conferencing, it's not to be hidden behind the video and behind your net, I think whatever I think gadget you are putting on for the training program or conducting class. So this is again a culture that we need to bring in our classroom. Why students are not coming on video? And when you have an interactive class, to suppose we are talking right now, if I am hiding myself and you are hiding yourself, how would it look like? So that's the first skill we need to enhance. And I keep on checking that how we can enhance that. Why students, and some of my faculty said, ma'am, we need to do a research on this, that why people hide. And one of the professors from abroad said that it is in Asian countries only that they think that Zoom meeting is not to be on video. Zoom itself is an indication that we should be on video. So these are things which, who will educate, who will inform students, and maybe there are problems of bandwidth, there are problems, technical problems. I am not saying that is not there, but all the time there will not be a technical problems. We can catch it and try to correct it and try to implement in our classrooms and for students as well. And how do we do that? That's a question, $1 million question in front of me. That how do we engage students in a class? There's another emerging trend which needs to be discussed in your sessions and find the solutions. We have breakout rooms. We know there's many polling you can do. How do we engage? What is the discussion we can bring in the class? As a psychology faculty, I feel that if my class is not discussion oriented, the students are not giving back what in the topic or in a management topic when we are teaching, they should also teach you. They are well prepared in the class, and if they are not, I think they are not able to understand and grasp in a more comprehensive manner. So that's where we need to think, what is the latest pedagogy? How do we make our class more research driven so that students know this is a very scientific fact and it is implemented and good outcomes can be seen in the evidence publication or any reports. So I think these are few thoughts, Shyamli, which I thought to utilize the time before Kandal Venkat join, and I can open to the forum. People can raise question to me as a trainer to me that how we can be effective and what are the emerging trends in our area of management education. And I think that most of the faculties are from management education. So you have different, because you are teaching and training a resource to be immediately they have to start work. They don't have time that they will be on training. They would be on training, but companies and organizations and corporate will not invest one day on them. So how, before they step out from your college or university or education institute, they should be job ready. How do you ensure that? That's another, I think, challenge which management education is facing in our country. You must be knowing that many engineering colleges which has been closed by AICT because the students are not employable. We know the data. I am not here to tell you the data. You all are educated. You know it. And I think that we should not allow this to happen in management education because our country is a developing country. We require management professionals every now and then to take the country to the next level. Which organization doesn't require management, tell me? So that's where I think we need to see how we prepare our management students and what are the skills sectorial wise they require. Whether they're going to finance, whether they're going to marketing, whether they're going to HR, whether they're going to IT, and now AI and artificial intelligence, we all know what is happening. So how do we equip our students with latest information and practical exposure and experience for their area which they have chosen to specialize in? So that's something which we need to ensure, how we bring industry in the classroom. I have seen in my college that there is a talk, the class interaction happens with the industry people also. That is,
Dr. Rashmi Soni has some, she has raised her hand. She
Yeah.
would like to ask something. Yes, Dr. Rashmi.
Yeah, hello, very good morning, Professor Abha and Professor Shamli. Sorry, Dr. Abha, you can continue. I can ask question at the end. I thought.
No, I think you can continue. We can have an interaction. I would like to
Okay,
interact.
okay.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, as you rightly said that, in this pandemic time, everyone is struggling in the same, problems. So I would like to understand, like, how, see, when we teach, okay, so how to understand and how to measure the impact of teaching, online teaching. So that is, something which always makes us very difficult, because when we teach offline, we can see the student face and we can understand ki हाँ भाई इसे समझ में आया है या नहीं आया है, with their face, with their expression, with their body language and all. but in online sometimes it is difficult. That is one, and that too online with a 60 student class, right? So these are the limitations. So can you please give your views on that, how we can measure the impact of online teaching?
Rashmi,
Yeah.
which college you are from?
Yeah, I am from KG Somaya Institute of Management, Mumbai.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great question. I think we all are struggling through this problem. That's why I raised that this point very importantly. That when I go to the class, I tell students, we are Asian countries are labeled like that, that you don't understand what is the Zoom meeting. Zoom conference means that we need to be on video, number one. So we need to educate our youth. They think they can fool us as a teachers because we are technology starved personalities like us. Maybe I may be in that category, but many of you would not be. But I say, dear students, I'm also learning because I teach this, and as a psychologist, I have been whole life learner, and still I'm learning from you all. I will listen to you all and learn from you, and I don't waste my time any second without learning. I can learn from anyone. So I tell them, if you have an issue, please confront me. Let's discuss why we should not come on video. So then students start showing up on the video, and this is one challenge which I face, and I tell them, if you have any serious problem, please come. Please tell me beforehand so that our class should be meaningful. As a psychologist, we have to see many people in different professionals. If we are not professionals, this is how I take it in my class. If I am not professional as a psychologist to deal the issues of mental health of other professional, I think I'm not doing my job as a professor in this area. So that's one challenge I tell you. You have to be, come what may be. Don't think that only management students and hospitality students, they should be in dress code proper. When you see in college, they have a proper dress code. Who stops psychology students not to be in dress code? Who has created this? Is again a mindset which we have created. I want to create that kind of students in my university, that they should be known that this is the color code of this psychologist in this university. Why not? Why only management and hospital? This is what I think we need to bring some newness and thought-provoking things to them. And then students think, "Hum, color code bhi ho jayega hum log ka, kyun nahi ho sakta?" We can make it. So that interactive session and the curiosity, Rashmi, very important. How I ignite the mind of students with curiosity. And every class, if I leave, I'm sharing my experience. Every class I leave with some curiosity. So this is one challenge, that don't come on video. So we can't see, that's what we all experience. We can't see their body language. We can't see their expression. So we don't gauge whether they have learned or not. I always believe impact analysis is very important for all of us. And today, the AI, artificial intelligence, being in cognitive science field, brain science, I can tell you, we are talking, our sentiment analysis can be done. Our facial recognition can be done by AI without intervening psychologist. They're all framework, evidence data, which can be fixed, and you can make out your students are happy, unhappy, and they are showing the facial gesture, which is manipulative, they're hiding their real emotion because their eye contact is, eyebrows are going different ways. I can tell you. So I'm a psychologist, I can check that AI intelligence also because I know where they come from, the evidence data, where it is from, because I'm a researcher also in this field, so I know where it is coming from. So what I'm trying to say, I have to tell my students very honestly that, see, your online presence with video will make difference in our teaching learning process, number one. But for that, I also like to invite attention of all my fellow colleagues that we need to check ourselves what we are bringing in the class, the students, without saying they can come on video. That's a real challenge for all of us. What pedagogy I bring in the class, and it happens sometimes. I have seen my professors in IILM University that they have class of 80 and 100 HR OB classes going on. Sometimes I step in and I see, as a psychology faculty, I see the students are all on video. I ask my faculty, what did you do? Ma'am, curiosity, that's what I learned from all my faculty. They say, ma'am, curiosity create karna hota hai. And I don't have to tell them video pe aaye. They want to discuss, they want to tell, they want to share. So, and they don't get time because 100 students don't get time for everyone, So then we keep those interested student, curious student go next class. So
Abha ma'am, Professor Samat has one question. He has raised his hand.
I think Rashmi, this is a challenge. We all have to work together, find the scientific ways of impact, and exam is the impact analysis which we do. That's not the only way I understand. So we need to see what is the best way. Still, I have no solution on it. But yeah, we are also learning in that process. And these are few thoughts which came to my mind when you asked this question. I hope able to give you a partial solution to it.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Hey, good morning, panel. This is good morning, Dr. Abha. Good morning, Shamli, and everyone here. This is Professor Samath from Sahyadri College, Mangalore, Karnataka. No, मेरे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ था कि over a period of time, students will never open their videos on all this thing. One thing which I made them comfortable was, see, we are at home and we know that we are a part of the home. So first, I made them comfortable saying that we already know that many of us are having Wi-Fi at home and everybody have joined with Wi-Fi. So if you switch on a camera, आपको ताजमहल थोड़े ही दिखेगा, जो मेरा room है वही दिखेगा. So first of all, what I did was I switched on my cameras and I showed, see, this is my room. How interesting is your room? एक बात तो चीज है कि ma'am, as a process of conditioning, whenever we go out, we comb our hair, we make a neat dress, makeup करके जाते हैं. लेकिन घर में जब we open our hands and legs and we sit. That is where we don't want to share. We have two phases. Whenever we come for an office or we come to college, हम सच दच के आते हैं. Even if the faculties, when we go home, I don't think so. Many of us, I don't blame it up. Even I don't be so much of, presentable here. So ये जो चीज है, अब हम डरते हैं कि, what will the other person gauge me if they see me without makeup, without comb, without my formal dresses? So what I did was I told them, whenever I'm buying your video, when I'm switching on, I also accept the way how you are in living. So slowly people started to share, this is how my room is. Okay. And when I say work from home, it is work from home. कभी-कभी मिक्सी की आवाज आती है, कभी-कभी कुकर की आवाज आती है, कभी-कभी मम्मी चिल्लाती है दूध पीने के लिए. We cannot divide these people. I have a 5-year-old daughter who jumps on my laptop every time. So if these things are happening, we have to make students aware that is it not shame? It's nothing to be ashamed of something. We are working from home. So I started to divide that. Then slowly students started to open their videos, and you should have been seeing the difference. Kabhi whenever a granny used to come in somebody's video, we all wished her hi. We wished everybody mother's hi. Sometimes, not always. Then over a period of time, we started to adjust up. Lekin it was a remarkable change. Everybody switched on their videos. Then, however, we used technologies, we used polling, we used cartoons, we used animations, and did everything as much as possible. I could get 100% attendance with almost 90% of videos switching on. Only few things, technical issues and other things which could not be avoided. I saw that results. One thing which I wanted to share my fellow colleagues, that make them comfortable where they are. Working from home, except the home. That's how I wanted to say about. What is your opinion about the Madam Abha?
I think you really touched the core of humanity. I'm really humbled by your response. And from management educator coming this. And see, we don't require a psychology degree for this. That's what I keep training people. We all have psychology inside. You touch the psychology of students through your one word. See how I'm excited to tell you, one of my psychiatrists who is a friend of mine in Delhi NCR, is a great, we don't get appointment from him. If you call him, he has recorded one line in his phone. अपने शब्द का चुनाव ठीक से करें. In our life, the way we talk to others makes all difference, whether personal or professional. Samath ji, आपने एक professor होके, professor has in our culture pedestal, high guru, we all have that kind of pedestal. तो आपने उसको यहाँ ले आए, I'm just showing through my gesture, आप नीचे ले आए और connect हो गए. This is the thing which I wanted to say in next point, but you said it. That's why I said Shamli open for interaction. That will be a great, not only one-way lecture. So this is a major challenge with all of us. acceptance is the first thing to make people comfortable in our life. Whatever relationship you are, or student or teacher, is a best relationship in this world, if you ask me, in this universe, if you ask me. And being a teacher from this side, I must tell you, the growth which happens in our life is due to this bond. And this bond is better explained with teacher and student bond. The teacher and student bond is the gateway for the growth. And this bonding is the fundamental basis of human growth. I must tell you, all of you. Why do we not do this? Whether with family, whether in college, offices, why? I'm asking this question to all of you. This bond, you simply did it. I do through my meditation, I connect with everybody. You know? If I start my session, I'll start with my meditation. And when I meditate, I am connecting with all 60, 100, 200 minds. You get connected in that energy field. I believe in that. You did it by saying it. You know? That bhai, I am comfortable. Aap apna dikhao. I'm hi, hello kar rahe. So I'm very happy with you all. We are not, what you are not doing, Samarth, scientifically, to tell you as a cognitive scientist and behavioral scientist, that we are not judging anybody. You are showing non-judgment attitude towards your students, which is a great capability as a teacher, because we are always judging through our evaluation, because we are trained to do that. You know? But I don't do that. In my class, every student is the best student. So how I make people comfortable, they want to come to your class, because same in OB class, which I told you, you are making students comfortable. कोई बात नहीं, तुम बोलो कोई भी environment है. Your content is important for me, student. Don't fear the environment. So acceptance and comfort level which you created is a must. This is again another which I was about to say, Samarth. I'm happy that you said it. And this is another emerging trend, Dr. Shyamli. How do we address this? I'm a psychologist. I'm there to train everybody to open their mindset, challenge their mindset, and have more positive mindsets, learner mindset, progressive mindset. Don't have a fixed mindset. That is an indicator of low EI, emotion intelligence. You have shown high EI by opening yourself to the students. You are also showing your vulnerability. Mera bhi dekh lo ghar. I'm also happy with that. I'm accepting myself the way I am. I'm accepting the way you are. And moment you have that comfort level and you make people comfort, the learning is immense. Have you remembered those teachers? Go back to your school days. I'm just quoting an example to make you more understand scientifically this. This is very important thought which Samarth has spoken today. It is that we remember those teachers. Why we remember those teachers? Tell me anybody. Why in our school, they had made a lot of dent in our mind, and still we carry those teachers in our mind. And abhi main baat kar rahi hu, you must be thinking of those teachers. Flash of मतलब आ गया होगा visual में those teachers. Can you tell me why we remember those teachers? Tell me anybody. These are challenges we need to address. Cognitive science.
The values they have given us.
Sorry?
The values and the ethos, what they have built on us.
So they touched you through their values.
Yeah. They shown how to be a person. They shown them what we are.
Yeah. So
they ignited whatever the inner things in us.
So those values ignited our mind as a student. And they touched us, the emotion was touched, you know. That value touched my emotions. So cognitive science says information plus emotion is equal to LTM, long-term memory. Information plus emotion, if information is attached with emotion, that experience, you never forget those learnings. And that has happened with me also, and that I try to do in my classes. My students come back to me, ma'am, आपकी personality class अभी भी हम use कर रहे हैं, अभी भी याद है हमें. because I touched them personally, in my class, the pedagogy which I do, that how I go and reach 60 mind same time. So I think this is this is a challenge in front of us, that as a professor, whatever level I am, can we, as Mohra madam was also telling us, put your ego aside. And very interesting thing, Shamli, if I have a time, I can tell you that, SAIL is we all know Steel Authority of India. I visited as a resource person in their Ranchi center, and amazing thing was written. I still remember that in front of this building is a training house. Keep your ego outside the gate. So that's where the problem is, Samarthji, that we as a teacher bring our ego in the class. I agree with you and Bora ma'am also, that has to be challenged by us only, that we are a simple person. The more knowledge, more humble we are, And if we touch everyone and make students comfortable, and sometimes people say, comfort se bachche nahi seekh. No, I'm sorry. Learning takes in comfort. Growth ki baat hum karte hain, comfort zone mein nahi rehna. That's a different aspect. So management professors get confused in that. I'm sorry to say, but that's where comfort zone mein rehna is a different aspect. In my class of emotion intelligence, I'll delve into that. But here we are saying that how to have that rapport building. I can say the right word is a rapport building with the students to make them comfortable to learn, not to teach, but to learn. And you have seen in your home also now, it's to your children, how they learn from you. If you are threatening them, they don't learn. And of late, I have given a message to all my teachers. Today was the Teachers' Day, and I wish all for you happy Teachers' Day. But we need to have one thought. I can share my thought, which I shared with my colleagues yesterday, that we are teachers for motive. We have to have this principle that motivation by hope, not by fear. I repeat, motivation by hope, motivation not by fear. We all do that. Ye nahi karo, ye ho jayega. Threatening, we threaten consequences. Yeah, it's important. In Western universities, everything is written. Code is written. Everybody knows we have to behave properly. If not, there is something we have to have penalties on that. So I think that culture of creating that ecosystem in a systematic way of discharging our duties, our classes, will make a lot of difference. That systematic approach, it comes. And here, even Samar, in that kind of classroom situation, which was in a digital world, which is not professional, the background, which we are sitting right now as if for the training, he accepted that in his classroom as a professional setup. He did not took time. So maybe our duty is to guide them also. We can later tell them in our smaller classroom, and in IILM we have this personal leadership coaching sessions where we have one-to-one sessions with students. And then, when they need counseling, there is a separate cell. We give them counseling as well when they need for mental health or emotional health problem. But for day-to-day upbringing of the student as a professional, we have those sessions. So there is a time you can tell him personally, he will not feel bad. But pure class mein jo hum, we all know what we do in the class. It is always I have learned from management professionals that praise in the public, but we all know what we do, reprimand in private. And that's not order of the day. They are not criminals that we have to correct them, That's what we come with that mind. The teacher hai to bhaiya pichhle zamane mein jo chalta tha, no? That was a different century. Now is a different whole ball game is different in teaching profession right now. We can still be a guru if you ask me. I want to retain that guru concept, that how do we irradiate that enlightenment through our personality from our aura as a teacher. That is very important. Whether a management professor or a social science or engineering, whatever professor you are, you can radiate that positivity. You can radiate that knowledge, And that is the natural response of respect which comes from students. You don't have to force them, ki main aayi to class mein khade ho jao, Sometimes you see students stand automatically. We also do at this age. Sometimes people come, we stand automatically. That bond of respect is natural. I can go on talking on this. I think that's my area. It's a natural, the bond is developed. You don't have to tell me all the time ki khade ho jai like a school kids, you know. But sometimes we do in our classes, no? So that's something we need to check ourselves, that what mindset I'm bringing for myself.
Professor Samat wants to ask something, I guess.
हम एक छोटी सी चीज है हमेशा एक
From
साइकोलॉजिस्ट
I'm taking this session, so I'll have to give my session. I'm not talking on my session topic, so I am very, very particular about my session. So I hope you will give my session. It is not my session, so please check from him that he is joining. Yeah, Samar. Meanwhile,
नहीं मेरी हो रही
मैम एक छोटी सी चीज है आई कम फ्रॉम अ वेरी फ्रॉम अ गवर्नमेंट स्कूल जहाँ पे मेरी टीचर बोलती थी कि चुप बैठो यू आर अ गुड बॉय एंड नो लड़कियों को बोलती थी चुप बैठो यू आर अ गुड गर्ल एंड दैट कंटिन्यूड टिल द 9th standard 10th standard and all that cognitive or that conditioning went off if you are always keeping quiet you are a good boy and good girl and sudden degree में आते you know suddenly everything changed teachers will come all the way come front start talk whole in my life I was good boy because I was not talking and suddenly I was supposed to become a good boy because I'm supposed to come forward and start talking all these things and I do see majority of the people ye cheez now as throughout their life since their childhood till they reach behavior sitting quiet is a good boy and suddenly you want to have a change in them how do we make them come forward and start talking show their videos because throughout their life they were good boy and good girl how do you change this kind of an attitude
see, this is where the parental training is important. We work on this area. I can go on talking, so I'll limit my view in this context, but I'll say to the point as a teacher, as a professor, what we need to see in our students and how do we motivate them. As I told you, we should bring motivation of hope rather than motivation of fear. That's what you said, that we are told you're a good girl, to chupchap baithe rehna. What is the parameter of good girl? We have not told that boy and girl. Chup baithna is only one parameter. And that whole life that has been conditioned in that mind of that child. And when you are in formative years, let me tell you, there are many parents here also. Let me tell you, I can utilize this time to tell you that aspect also, that never ever condition your child's mind. That time the mind is, cognition is very, very fertile. You can put it what you want in that child's mind. So how do I nurture my child in formative years as a parent is equally important challenge for all of us. And nowadays parenting is missing in our culture. The way we were given parenting, and that still make us stand so upright, in our society. But I am seeing today that is missing in our youth. And that is why you see in classroom situation, they're sitting quietly, isolated. We can't help because they have been groomed like that. And if they say in front of elders, and that is one other thing, Samarth, which people have been trained, that elders need to be respected. You must have seen that elders need to be respected. I also agree that, without any offense to anybody. But let me tell you a data of our country. One of the great criminal psychologists from Tihar jail. Child abuse, adolescent abuse is maximum from houses. And they have been trained and learned that respect elders. He opened my mind, and my psychologist student and future psychologist of my university, that never ever respect elders, respect behavior. Respect behavior. Big thing he stated in that conference, respect behavior. And he told Professor Abha, it is your challenge as a professor in this, how will you make it happen? Now, this is another challenge. You're telling me that sitting quietly is a good boy. Same thing, respect behavior. So I need to change that mindset of that child, that you can speak, you can talk freely. Nobody's going to judge you. Still, you'll be a good girl, good boy. And the expression need to be taught. And when I teach you and train and discuss on the emotion, I should not say teach you, when we have a deliberation on emotional intelligence, we will have why expression is important. This good girl and good boy condition has to change, has to be broken. This is a mindset which we have given to the child. And he fears that this was a motivation by fear, not by hope.
If I had given a hope, then I would have told that child, see, if you talk, nobody will judge you. अगर आपको अंग्रेजी अच्छी बोलने भी नहीं आती है ना, बोलो. I have done in my class, many young students, adolescents, speak in the class. Nobody will laugh. I make a promise and we do take a vow in the class. Nobody will make a joke of it and nobody will talk outside the class. जो class के अंदर हुआ, class में रहेगा. And everybody promised, you know. That is how we need to build a culture in the class that, as you rightly mentioned, first thing is how I'm making the person comfortable. अब पूरी जिंदगी नहीं बात किया उसमें और क्लास में आप बोल रहे हो सामने बात करिए. It's difficult. So that's how I make environment comfortable. I can give you live case history of one schizophrenic, how I did it, and he's in US now doing quantitative research. It's only teachers can do it. It's only parents can do it. These two agents, if they join hand, they can do anything for children and the students, and the miracle you can see. I have done that. I can go and tell you my experience. What I am telling you, you have to tell that child that you can speak, whatever you think, the way you think, we will learn. We will see how you can do the best in your. There are many people who fear talking in front of students, you know, that for the debate, and they can't speak 2 lines, 3 lines in front of the classroom. So you have to break those inhibitions by holding their hand and giving that comfort and making their emotional comfort very high, which I told you, now you have to have information attached with emotion. That will lead to the long-term memory and learning. Otherwise, it will pay. That's where we as a teachers think that if I am a professor of math, science, or economics or quantitatives, my job is to finish the syllabus. No, my job is also to connect with all 60 students. QT, if he's not understanding, how do I handhold and make him fearless? Because sometimes students in our country comes with fear on maths. I don't know why. You know, maths teaches us social justice. Maths teaches us equality. That's how I have learned maths. You know, how do we bring that change, Samarth? That's what we need to see as a teacher. How best I can give that understanding to a child. That child starts speaking. A student starts speaking in the class, and you have to stop them. Okay, now hold on. You know, that can happen. But how do we do that training? This kind of situation, 1-to-1, you can also coach them, but later you can give a platform to a student to speak in the class, and also ensure your environment, nobody's going to judge and laugh. And if we laugh on each other, and then we have a humor class like that. Make a humor session that way. That also you can use techniques, you know, and students come out, laugh. With jokingly they come out then, yo, ma'am, maine aise bola, you know, and I still remember that. Now I correct myself, you know. And in fact, I must tell you, when we were becoming teachers, our director was a trainer from a Steel Authority of India, you know. So he used to make us, that's why I think all credit goes to that Professor Venkat Swami. He really trained us so well that he used to tell us, "Aap apna PPT banaiye aur kuch bhi kare, record hoga, aapka video record hoga." And I can't tell you, when we used to see ourselves on conducting a class, I used to say, "This is me." So awkward students, kya sochte hain, sir? I think we need training. So I think that's where it hit me, that if I am so vulnerable in the way I am teaching, that means students ki kya haal hoti hogi. You know? So that awareness, that reflection is very important for all of us. You know, those days we had to video record and do this. Now every time is video recording ho raha hai. You know? Now what I am saying, every line, Dr. Shyamli is recording. You know, what you are saying, Dr. Shyamli is recording. So what I'm saying, today world is different. We are like actors, you know, in flash of camera today on digital world. What I'm saying is captured. So same for students. So how do I make them comfortable? What they speak, they should not be hesitant that it will be recorded and people can use against me. That kind of fear sometimes people have. And that's how do we break those mindsets and make them comfortable and connect and bond and make difference. That's how I can say. Yeah, Shyamli? Yeah, any other question? So these are pedagogy, these emerging trends. How many we have highlighted? I think, Shyamli, you should make a note and put it to the class. So many emerging trends we have got today on our management education professors, and it relates to every science and discipline, not only to management educators.
Ma'am, one question is there. Based on these emerging trends, what should be the changes in the management courses looking into the context as per your understanding, ma'am?
You can also comment, Shamli, but before that, I will make my point that I need to see whether my students are job ready. As I gave you example that engineering colleges are closed because they are not able to help students get jobs. They are not employable. So we need to make them employable. So that's what the problem here is. So what are the skills required? For that, what are the courses required? Can we run those traditional courses for foundation or basic learning or preparing the foundation, or we need to add more? That's a challenge as an academic community. We need to think what is latest. Now we are talking of deep machine learning and AI, technology enabled courses. Do we, as HR analytics, few I can name it. But how do you think that this is going to help students, and which industry is going to take advantage of it? So that's where the industry connect and assess the gap. As a researcher, I have learned whole life, if we are able to know the gap, we are successful. And our paper gets published. And if you are really done the right gap analysis, your paper get published in Scopus and ABDC and Web of Science. But if that gap analysis is not rightly assessed, then it is not published. So same thing in our education field. We need to assess the gap and take help of industry and bring industry to classroom. That I also believe, and Dr. Shamli does in her class. I have really enjoyed her classes, seeing that how they are telling you, see, HR में ये पढ़ना ज़रूरी है, ये पढ़ाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बच्चे खुद पढ़ लेंगे when they go and see and experience. So how do we give that experience to the students? By making our course and pedagogy so relevant for job market. That's a challenge in management education. So this again, latest, what are the emerging courses? Basic courses remain same wherever we are, whatever country we are, but there are courses which can help student to get jobs, and we as a teacher and professors, trainers can train them on those skills and also send to them. I don't believe only classroom is a bit of teaching and training students. There are ways. We need to have innovative technology, innovative pedagogy. I can tell you innovative pedagogy that if I have one topic, I can tell them, go and see, search in industry mein kaise ho raha hai. And then we'll discuss in the life. Suppose I don't have industry person in front of me, I can tell my students, go and search, talk. Everyone has one connection at least, I think, that people cannot deny. And they say, yes, ma'am, we will talk. And they come to a class discussion is, I think, full of knowledge, full of latest knowledge, what is happening in the society. So that's what we need to bring in our classes, and the new approach towards course selection through proper gap analysis. Not somebody is doing, we should also do it. That's where the problem lies. We just become that we just want to do this because somebody is doing this. Fine, we can do that. But how it is going to help your students of your regional area, my student of my area, And in our country, we are diverse culture. And we talk of inclusiveness and diversity now. This concept is, I think, now a talk of the town in the management schools, I think. Inclusivity and diversity. What we are doing it for it. So we have courses, just teaching that course is not enough. Sending student to experience that inclusivity and diversity is important. How do we do that? My question to all of you, how do we do that? So again, we need to think, reflect, and find gap and make our courses more relevant for the industry. And sometimes you prepare yourself that I'll cater to this industry also. That also you can make your USP of your college or institution, that I'll cater to this industry only. And you can stand out in management education. Can we not do that? And that's where it is missing in our culture. I see Western universities, I've seen in psychology, counseling, some universities are well known. They have benchmarked themselves in that area. So similarly, management education also need to think, which is the area I need to benchmark. Suppose I am talking of one institution, they are known for their marketing, they are known for their in the IT, they are known for their HR, OB, whatever. And that is where, and latest things which is coming right now. How do we benchmark? So these will.
One more thing I wanted to highlight here.
You can add.
Yeah. So based on these emerging trends, we are talking about how the top management institutes, they have started restructuring their teaching, pedagogy, methodology, and everything based on the curriculum, right? So how we should encourage the faculty and students exchange in the given scenario? And why it is important? I mean, if we compare with the COVID-19 pandemic, before the COVID-19 pandemic, how we can compare that, and how this encouragement of faculty and students are more important these days? So based on your experience, you can highlight this.
I missed the first part. I think that I couldn't hear you.
The first part is that we mentioned that based on these emerging trends, we are talking about restructuring the teaching methodology, pedagogy, and curriculum, right? So if we talk about the encouragement on faculty and students exchange, how we can do that, and what is the importance on that in the given scenario?
Yeah, very relevant point, Dr. Shamli. We need to collaborate and learn. As a management educator, if I think I only know the best, that's what the ego and attitude problem we suffer. When we collaborate, there are new things we learn. And that, as a management education institution or university, we need to identify with, we think of international, that's also important. That's again a way to grow and way to learn from international fraternity as well. That's very important. But if we are unable to reach to them, or due to certain technical issues from our institutions, but today I think digital world has given all that scope, my dear colleagues. They have given all scope to connect. Anyway, we do connect from different areas and get those professors in our classrooms. So can we not have that kind of collaborative approach with few institutions where I take my student to their classroom and they bring their students to my classroom? And this collaborative approach is good for faculty also. Faculty also feels fresh. Oh, I have certain new things, and there are students where I can talk. Do we not collaborate for labs? Do we not collaborate for research? Do we not do that? Shamli, we do that. Then
Yes.
why do we have that hesitation for classroom sessions, and we don't bring those teachers in our classroom and we go there in their classroom? I think that will be a new, I think I really like this point from you, that this will bring a new approach, new horizon, new encouragement for faculty and students. But the institution protocol need to decide whether, which is the institution I know. Again, there is a branding, there is a competition. And again, let me tell you on competition. Competition word is a very healthy term. I don't know you people are wizard in this, but whatever little knowledge I have as a psychologist, I must tell you, because I started my career teaching management students only. So management is my first love, if you ask me. So I always have that perspective ingrained in my deep thinking and my soul. So I used to say, that when you are talking of competition, and in management world everybody used to use this word competition. So one day I thought I must change this mindset of my students in my class. So I brought this concept of one case study, a famous psychologist, and that concept was that how to understand competition. And it was a good class. Still, I remember those class discussions students said. And this competition word itself, the etymological concept word, is a healthy term. Competition doesn't mean that we kill each other, Competition is a very healthy term. It motivates us to do our best and go to the next level. And that's why sometimes we use this word healthy competition. So healthy competition means that we learn from each other. And Shamli, this is the approach I'm trying to connect now, that when we go to another institution and collaborate, we are creating healthy competition in the mind of our students and professors. We are learning best from each other and increasing our bandwidth of knowledge and skill. And that is how I learned about competition. Competition, my dear colleagues, is never a negative term. Never ever think as a negative term. It's a positive term. How I use in my life, how I threaten myself and my students, it's my thinking, not the scientific way the word has been explained. I always believe in the scientific evidence of data. And I am speaking on that data, my dear fellow colleagues. You should learn from the good performers. You should learn from a person who has reached to the highest level and see your strength. Are you having those strengths which that person has, or I just follow like a mad race? It is a human race, but I'm sorry, we are in a mad rush of rat race.
Ma'am, Mr. Mohit Power, he is a research scholar. He wants to ask something. Yes, Mohit?
I hope I have answered the question. So the question which you raised, I hope I have answered it, Shyamli.
Yes, Mohit? You can put your mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah, we request you to put your camera on, Mohit, when you are asking something.
If there is no technical issues.
Yeah.
There is a technical issue, ma'am. Actually,
Okay.
I'm somewhere else. So I
Comfortable,
just want
as you heard Samarth talking that we are making everybody, we are all comfortable with each other right now in this session. So that's nothing to worry.
and ma'am, it's very, very well said that the competition is all about improving oneself rather than comparing with the others. Very well said. I just want to ask you a question because the we do we really need to redefine and reevaluate the objectives of private colleges and universities from where they started, why they started? They need to redefine or reevaluate. Do you really think? Because the prime objective of private college and private university, we all know inside out what exactly the objective is. Do you really think they need to? Because if I, being a scholar or being a professor, if I want to implement something, I need to take a permission from management. If management is not at that level to take a steps or to take a initiatives, then there's no point of having any discussion, or there's no point of having any new ideas to grow or to do something for the students or for oneself also. So do you really think the management or the objectives from where they started the organization, they need to redefine or reevaluate?
Yeah, very important and relevant question for all of us as an educators in private sector, those who are, many of us are. Yeah, you're right. We need to reevaluate ourselves. We need to redefine ourselves. And many institutions who are maintaining and sustaining themselves in this situation, they have started doing this. So if we don't do that, we'll miss the bus. We'll miss the bus. And Jack Welch, in one of his book, has written a taxi approach and bus approach. So now we have to adapt the taxi approach. Anywhere you want to go, I'll take you. I'll not make a bus approach that there is a bus stand, yahin pe bus aage rukegi, aage aapko apna sochna hai. So can we adapt that taxi approach? That from anywhere you call and taxi is there and you ride and you are happy reaching your destination. Same is the problem with our academics. We need to make the system so flexible, and this thanks to that new education policy. That will make everything transparent, flexible, and student friendly, learner friendly. And how do we utilize that? We already have started working in our university, implementation of NEP. Check yourself, all of you institutions. We have to start working on this in implementation. And there the redefining will come in its own. We will have to do it. The government is making that policy. Now there was a day when people from management cannot do interdisciplinary PhD. Now people can do it. If you're management, you can have an interdisciplinary approach to psychology. My PhD long back was interdisciplinary, management and psychology. And that's why I'm able to talk to you today. Because I know the pains and the issues and challenges the management field as well. What I'm trying to make a point here, that we need to understand that today is the era of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary If we want to be in a shell of our own, whether management, psychology, engineering, nobody will know. No, you can't do anything. How we approach this learner-centric focus in our open system and transparent and flexible way, that is up to us to create that kind of ecosystem. How do we do that? That every college has to work on that and need to work and see, you put your student in between, you know. Student is your main focus. So I have this understanding, for me, student first. What is this first I would like to give to my students? I run PhD program. Student has it is his PhD, it is not my PhD. You know, I will not define his topic. He will define. I will guide him, refine the scientific manner. But the openings which is there, university has a niche area that this is the area we will conduct research. If your interest and my interest matches, there is no end to it. We are both in a win-win model. But I can't enforce something which you would like to not do and say, no, I'm a guide of you. You have to do what I'm telling you. Gone are the days. So that is something which we need to, even in those days, if I have done my PhD, I was awarded gold medal on my thesis. I'm not boasting here. I'm just telling you, there was an interdisciplinary approach in those universities where I have done from. That gave that confidence to me as a scholar, you know, that I can talk to my management professors, and same way my professor or my guide will not take offense of it. And many of us in our college, I see students fearing कि मैम मैं उस टीचर से कैसे जाके बात करूं, मेरी टीचर गुस्सा हो जाएंगे. They will have that fear. They will create a problem for me. I think we all know this. I don't have to talk in this length, but we have to come out from these kind of petty issues which we get involved when we work as a professors, whatever level you are, whether assistant, associate, or professor, director, dean, vice chancellor, whatever you are, one thing which is common in our area of operation is we all teach, we all make students learn. That's the common thing which we all do despite our hierarchy. So we don't have hierarchy in our profession, if you ask me. That's the best part of our profession. And I feel pride. Take a pride and feel proud of it. So same, I want you people to think, and think from that perspective. There will be a sea change in our thinking, in our system, in our process, and ultimate, it will be helpful to students and society. Yeah, Shyam, any other question?
Any other questions? Then please raise your hands.
So many emerging trends we have identified, no, without our fixed PPT. So see how class was we interact. This is a learning for all of us, you know. She did not give me this agenda that I should teach this. I was not knowing. I was having my other meeting. There was some technical problem. I jumped in. Because we all have knowledge. Let me tell you, those who are experienced people, they know. Don't have that fear that abhi kya kar raha hai, kya. We have to manage the situation. That's a management skill, you know, which we teach and train people in our college students to be a professional in this area. We don't have to panic. We don't have to create ruckus. We don't have to create problems, more problems. We have to come with solution. We need to teach solution focused approach. And as a management professional, my job is to manage things very effectively, amicably, and coming to the win-win model, which we teach in our OB classes of Stephen Covey model. The win-win model, I am okay, you are okay. We will not say, I am okay, you are not okay, or you are okay, I am not okay. I am not okay, you are not okay, but we should come to this philosophy, the model which is well stated, well proven in our management field and in other fields, that one quadrant, which is win-win model, is I am okay, you are okay. That's it, Shamli, from my side. Thank you.
Any other question, please ask.
Sir is joining us, or we have finished?
Actually, there was a problem in his office. He just called me and mentioned that some.
So I think we need to. We have a session of him only today, na? So we covered.
No, there is the next session is at 11:45. So we can yeah.
So let's have few questions and then we close. They can have 15 minutes of break. Or anybody wants to share any remark or comment or learning, so we can on pedagogy, which is the emerging area, pedagogy area, or a technique which we all need to focus and learn. Many things which have come out. Shamli, I would suggest that you
Please,
should.
yeah, the session is open for the questions.
I think you should note down all the points and share with everybody, so that the key takeaway is not lost. I am very particular about it. You know, if I've invested my time with you all, I want to see the learnings for myself also. You know, that these are something which will, and maybe some idea of a research topic should also come out from that. You know? Yeah.
Ma'am, Dr. Muklesh has one question.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Muklesh, ask.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Sir, I request you to please put your camera on when you are asking.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You rightly said to the last question, under the NEP implementation, the student must be in focus. But what about those universities where their agenda is only to teach with the masses? When they are dealing with the masses, they don't have such kind of, they look for only for the enrollment. And where their objectives is also, students' objective is also not that much clear, and management or the teaching fraternity also. Not exactly the teaching, you can say, the management as well not put their efforts to guide them what they have to do. So it's only related to the enrollment, fee collection, you can say, and there is no clear-cut guidance for them what to do. And when it comes to the NEP, I don't know why people, or in case you can say the top authorities, are not understanding the gist of it, what exactly, as you mentioned, that the student is first, and we need to look for their career perspective, not to their easiness in the current form. What is comfortable they are, that's not the objective. What should be their career, that's the our objective actually under the NEP. But these both the things are not happening. Even the NEP, after the NEP, what I am observing in the surrounding institute and where I am, that they are not putting their efforts in that dimension. Majorly they are focusing on the masses or the enrollment. They designed certain courses as a interdisciplinary, or you can say bounded by the NEP, but their core hearted connection were not there actually. I'm doubted about that they will give the desired result.
You're
I'm
right.
talking about only on the basis of my observation. I'm not talking about the whole India people are doing in the same manner.
So you are coming from which college, which area?
I'm right now working in Rajkot, Gujarat.
Okay. So which university?
Marwadi University.
Okay, great. So Dr. Muklesh, you have pointed out a very pertinent ethical question, which I am not a competent authority to answer. But yes, again, as you had raised with your observation and experience, I will share with my observation and my experience in this field.
Yes.
More than 25 years.
Yes, ma'am.
It is society, it is people like us, parents, students are making this university, selecting these universities. So we are also responsible for it. If I have to get admission for my children, I will see this university, mad races, rat races there. We just get into it. There's no guidance. And parents' job is to get their child in good university. So we are creating as a society this kind of university because government of India, our country, I'm saying in this open forum, I have no qualms on this, that we are unable to provide the quality education in every state, and that's why this problem is emerging. And we all know what you have said, that there are universities who are catering to, I think, masses, and without having quality measures intact. And quality measures are again compromised. You have seen what has happened, this twin tower in our vicinity where I am sitting right now, how this twin tower has to be now, that has to be dismantled. Just imagine what will happen in the surrounding. Now, same thing, this kind of governance which we are in our culture, this happening in education same way. Now NEP, right? Everything will be transparent, everything will be done rightly. But how do we control this quality check? As a parent, I will see which university is good, I will see the accreditation. What is the way we check? we see the accreditation. And we, being in the system, we also know what is accreditation. I think nobody can. So outside world is getting confused, Dr. Muklesh.
Yes.
They jump in, oh, इसमें बहुत लोग जा रहे हैं, चलो हम भी चलते हैं. So we are creating that kind of image. That's where the problem lies. If suppose sub students, I'm talking in open forum, anybody can challenge on this. I have no qualms because I believe in ethics. I believe in that practice. Whatever I have my limitation, I can do with that. I'm not fearing that what they will think, what you will think about me. I am thinking as me as a professor, and as I told you, student first for me, and then second pillar, I feel faculty. Two pillars are very important as a senior person for me in education institution, students and faculty. If I have to counsel that parent and say that, see, this is what we provide. Now it's your choice. How do we do that process of informing parents? We all know it. But I will do in a very ethical way. Now you will tell me, ma'am, तो बड़ा मुश्किल है, आप कहोगे मुझे, but मैं करती हूँ. Come what may be. You have to have that sanctity within yourself as a professor that, yeah, this is the point which we have, this is the point we don't have. But we will help you to get good ones from different institutions, learning or lab or whatever it is. We all know that there are limitations in the private sector also, let me tell you. Because the fund, UGC provides only fund to the government universities. So there are manifold problems which I will not say it is not only problem of private university and not of government. Both there are multitude kinds of problem which I see. But whatever I can do in that limited manner, I should do it. That's my take. I will try to guide that parent that how he should avoid that kind of university, indirectly or directly, whatever communication the way I have, I should tell him. Suppose somebody is telling you that I want to get the ward in your college, but I am getting admission in this college. You know the college levels. Can you not guide him? But you will not. You will say, this is my college. How can the art of communication as a teacher, I have learned hard way. And that's what I do training programs, that we can do a person and talk to a person without hurting anybody, hurting our own college, hurting that parent, and yet tell them that this is the truth. This is the fact. Fact remains fact. Spade is spade only. Can we do that?
And Dr. Ramaswamy has one question. And
let me answer. So that's how I look at. So if there is a volume university that somebody is talking about, this is the fact. This is the fact. Choice is you. You are not taking decision for him. Problem is that we are taking decision for them. That's the problem, Dr. Muklesh. That's the problem. We need to give this authority to them. This is your decision making. I should not. So if that decision making shifts to the parent and student, I think world will be different. That's what I want to make. I have studied in university which I thought it's good for me. Many of us will agree on this, and that's how we made our career. And somebody was forced in that university. Somebody was forced in that, admitted in that college because parents want, because ye unko bataya gaya hai. So kind of understanding with the facts and evidence and this aggregation, which we all know, but there are ways to get information and follow art of effective ethical communication, which still remains area of training for many of us, if you ask me. That's how I can say. I hope I'm able to answer your query. With my experience, whatever I have nothing against any university and any college, but fact remains fact.
We have the last question, Professor Ramaswamy.
So, I think, Muklesh, you have any point to confront me or disagree? Please disagree.
Few things are there, ma'am.
Yeah.
As you are putting the things on the parents or students.
Yeah.
But what's my observation in 3 different states, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh, parents are not that much involved. Earlier, nowadays they are little bit involved, but in Gujarat, since parents are also not that much educated, at least where I'm working, because they are in they are running their own small factories, SMEs, and also they are not that much attached or updated in it. And secondly, the students are also not that much aware about in taking the decision related to their future. And the over excessive marketing by the various institutions, those who are having money, by endorsing the various pupils or advertisements, these things also shape up their minds. So quality one may not have that much access, or you can say the fund to correctly shape the mind of our students. These institutions also played into in it. So
Fine,
that's
but
they realize after almost 1.5 year kind of, or sometimes as a faculty, I'm saying that we can understand their hidden potential, that yes, they are having something, but we are unable to help because their mindsets or the course curriculum or the things which we are providing, they are not that much supportive.
fine, I think I answered your question that if I am a faculty in the area of psychology science, I know this area more, working in this area more than 25 years. I know in and out of psychology, I can go on telling you. So as a parent is asking, I'll tell him the truth. I'll tell him the fact. Now he'll take the, that is where I think we lack that information as a teacher, no? As a professor, if you're, this is a counseling and career counseling, which we talk about, you know, parents are not aware, you're right. But with your expertise and information, I should guide him in the right way. Rest is his decision. But that is where you said aggressive marketing, which we talk on, you know, people just influence. And then that in the after end of the first year, the child is in a mental health issue problem or parent financial, there's many issues to come in. So what I have conveyed to the house that you should know your area very well, be informed about it. So any time, any conversation within your college time or beyond your college time, if you're making, you are informing the parents and students with the facts, you know, and data. Today we talk about data analytics. Today data analytics can be taken, it can be, I think, manipulative also. But whatever knowledge you have, at least share that with them so that it helps them to make their career choice. And then the life is more simpler and happier, if you ask me. Otherwise, if we want a calculation every time, we do mathematic calculation and everything, that's where the humanity is failing, Dr. Muklesh. So we need to stop this calculating every time and become a sponge for each one of us together, and things will change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Ramas Swamiji.
Yeah. Thank you, madam, for your excellent presentation and also insight in various pedagogies. My question is, no, just a few years, 2 years back, we didn't expect this kind of a change. And as a faculty members, we are pushed into adopting a new technology, especially people like us, older generation. We adopted very fast. Yeah. But only my question is, you know, how far the students are listening to us, because we don't have a physical contact with them. So whether they really like the class, because in the physical classes, we know their emotions and we know their feelings. Accordingly, we can adjust our classes. Now, even though we ask all the students to be on video, in fact, madam is asking all the faculty members to be on video, even faculty are not coming on video. Under these circumstances, what is the challenge for us as a faculty, especially being you are a psychologist? How do you think that as a faculty we should overcome this issue?
Thank you, Ramaswamiji, for asking me a very pertinent question. And I'm sure that today we have 126 participants and many of us are on video. So I think that answers the question that how I make my class interesting with interaction is important, and how I gauge the learning of my student, that's another challenge. That I told Shyamli that key takeaways is important for me. I'm not thinking for my students, but I'm thinking for myself कि मैंने पढ़ाया उसका कुछ wavelength and bandwidth match कर रहा है ना यहाँ पे, because we have to focus, because we have limited days, you know, and we need to be very organized, you know, in our approach, whether we are in digital world or face to face. And I think Samarth raised a point that I agree on, that how I make people comfortable, my students comfortable. They are not coming on video because they are in their own casual dress and their environment, which is not good to expose. You know? So, and we all know one viral news which happened for a teacher. She was teaching from her bedroom and it became a viral news. Can you imagine? We did not realize that teacher has a challenge also. You know, there are two bedroom flat where he or she is facing challenge. Can we not understand that as a head and a dean? And rather we are making this video viral. Did anybody ask that teacher that aapki problem kya thi? So point I'm making, similarly, we have students community, they have problems. And we have many students, I think myself and Dr. Shyamli and our colleagues, we had a small meeting with them. Even though in that meeting they were hiding. And we made them realize that if you have problem, we are here to help you, support you. Come on video. Slowly, gradually, they started coming in chota group mein. So problems hai dono taraf se. We have to bridge this gap of communication between students and teacher beyond classroom. आप classroom के समय में ये बात नहीं कर सकते. But classroom के beyond, can we not have that meeting hours or coaching hours? I'm not saying counseling. I'm a psychologist, please don't take me wrong. Counseling is for mental health issues. But for guiding and coaching, helping, we need professors, not only for teaching only. First thing is guidance. If we put it in the right time, this guidance, student will not come to me for counseling, Ramaswamy ji. But that's where the problem is. We don't invest time on guidance and coaching, तो बच्चों की इतनी problem बढ़ जाती है. They run from pillar to post. किससे बात करें for small solution, and then they get into that issues. They come to us, and I have solved many issues. I can tell you. एक student आता है कहता मैम मुझे इस कागज पे प्रोफेसर का दस्तखत कराना है, सिग्नेचर कराना है. When university was face to face. Why did he come to me? Counseling cell chal raha university mein, so they thought Professor Abha will help. I did not do anything. I only guided his room mein, yahan jaake is professor, I called that professor, please iska sign kar do paper. He is moving from pillar to post, big university, he can't find your room. Ye chota issue tha, Professor Ramaswamy. How do we help students? The way students come, for the first year students are coming, we are in digital world. How do we make a charter of communication very clear to students? See, this is the first person you will meet when you come to first day college. This is the gate number, because we have been on the video whole of the year sessions. Parents do not know. We need to have interaction with parents online and tell them your child is safe in our hostel. We have all protocols of COVID. So all these process needs to be followed and make student comfortable. As you are saying, this will happen post-pandemic also. That issues will come. How do we handle that? Students are not comfortable coming to the class because they have a fear that COVID ho jayega. Somebody says, so how do we make them mentally prepared that we are all in the safe environment? Our university is a safe place. We are following the protocol. Everybody is vaccinated. So all these information need to be communicated students online in a written form and also in a form of dialogue, in a form of conversation. Not a class, not a head and teacher. That's where we miss the bus. And this is where we can make impact on students' mind, and they will feel at home and they will feel, oh, I'm comfortable. Nobody is going to be threatened in this environment. Everybody is safe. Everybody being safe and feeling safe has a two connotation. So we have to make our student feel safe, not be safe. We have to make them feel safe. Safe is something, I'm a brain science research I keep on doing. Brain requires safe environment. To grow the brain, that's why we say mother and father in initial stages, their family is important. Why? Because brain cannot function in unsafe environment, threatened environment, insecure environment. And we all have felt that experience. So for this brain's sake, if I am a cognitive scientist here, I must appeal to all of you. Let's give this brain a space which is safe, comfortable, so that students open up. You don't take time to get to his problems. And then they come, this problem can anytime become a mental health issues. And data says, today healthy population requires the help of counseling psychologists or psychologists, because anytime they can become and be a part of abnormal category. I'm not deviating the session from this management pedagogy and emerging trend. I'm just telling the emerging trend in the minds which is happening in today's world with pandemic and post-pandemic era. So we need to be cautious and conscious about it, whether in a digital space of class, because we're falling hybrid. So we have to be very, very concerned for those students who are not coming to the class and those students who are on hybrid mode. How do I give equal weightage to them? How do I do? If I am only asking my students who are present in my class, I am making a differentiation. So again, I have to be alert as a teacher. Am I creating that equality sense in the class? That's also a challenge for all of us. And I agree with you, Professor Ramaswamy, that being in that age, we took time to change. We did that. No? Whatever limitation we had in our age group or whatever, we did that. And we suddenly did that without training. So we educator minds are so adept and mentally ready to take any training. Then why we stop when these challenges are there? We can manage it very effectively, but with open mind and positive attitude and with solution focus. These three things works like miracle, which I have always used and it has never failed me. So I am sharing with my colleagues in teaching an academic fraternity. I have a lot of reverence for my fraternity because we are making future of our country. So if we feel that importance and responsible for this work, I think there is no way we can say that we cannot do it. We can do it. And any challenges, we can challenge those challenges with our positive mindset and knowledge bandwidth which we have. And that's how Professor Dr. Radhakrishnan, we celebrated Teachers' Day yesterday. He stated that knowledge and science will give joy and happiness.
Ma'am, our next speaker has joined now.
Yeah. So that's from my side. I think I am able to answer all your questions, concerns, and issues and give my thought and scientific way to look at things. Thank you all. And I hope.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Useful to all of you. And for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving a very comprehensive.
Professor Ramaswamy would like to say anything. I have answered your question.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I think.
So this is how I check whether I am able to give what you are asking me. As a teacher, it's our job, you know. If I have said something, it should be able to reiterate it in that way, responded in that way, so that we come with the proper ending and closure of the session. Now over to you, Shamli. Thank you all. It was a great opportunity for me, God-given opportunity for me to interact with you all. But I have shared this to Shamli that she will not take my session because I am very particular for my emotion intelligence and area of emotion which I deal in this pandemic and post-pandemic, and before that also my area of research. And I like to bring a lot of good things and scientific ways to deal with our problems and others' problems and make life happy and happier and world a better place, whatever we can do from our side. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you, Shamli.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abha ma'am, for giving a very comprehensive idea on this management trends and various approaches that we need to deal with during the present scenario. I'm sure the participants have immensely benefited from this session. Now we have to move towards our next session, that is your industry expectations from the management graduates, post-pandemic, and the skill gap. So skills are what matters in life, and skills are the connect tissue between knowledge and dispositions. So welcome to the next session. And the session, the topic you know, and the data from job sites, it basically shows that despite millions of engineering and management students graduating every year, lack of employability skill has been the major concern for employers. Even before the COVID-19 outbreak, some key trends like your rapid digitalization, virtualization of talent, rising HR cost, these have changed the scenario fully. And industry now is expecting management graduates to be far more ready, you can say job ready, than in the past. So organizations are focusing on the skills they need as there is a skill gap between the products of the educational system and the requirements at the workplaces. And the COVID-19 pandemic has made these questions very urgent. And this is, we need to, deal with these situations on an urgent basis. So to understand this particular problem, let us welcome our next speaker, Mr. Rajiv Sherawat, Executive Director, Deloitte Toshe Tomasu India Limited LLP. Mr. Sherawat is a senior technology executive who has 28 plus years of global experience in both public and private sector. His experience includes working in public policy formulation and implementation with and senior policy makers from across the world, including the Prime Minister's office in India. He is known for his experience in strategy and implementing digital transformation initiatives in public and private sector globally. Prior to joining Deloitte, he has worked for 20 years with Tata Consultancy Services in several global roles and also the Vice President of NASCOM. Sir, we welcome you. Over to you for the session.
Just a second, Dr. I'll just switch on my mic. 1 second.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So thank you for your kind words, Dr. Satpathy. Good afternoon to all the it's still good morning. So good morning to all the participants. And while I'm not an educationist, I have I have spent some time with education institutions in my as part of my role in NASCOM and even in the government. So I'll just share some what my observations on how the industry is changing and how I think the management institutes need to I mean, I wouldn't use the word change, but I think they need to recalibrate themselves and the students to meet the expectations of the industry. And this is not just the expectations of the industry. I think it's a new world we have entered in the last couple of years, and also a couple, few years before that. But I think the last 2 years, the post-COVID world is, I mean, just hastened the changes which were anyway coming. So I have a small, slide deck, which, if with your permission, I'll just share. And I mean, you know education far more than I do. So please feel free to ask questions, because I might be coming from a certain direction of the industry, whereas and so at times I might be also being a little presumptuous. So please feel free to ask questions. And I treat these interactions more even for my learning. So it's not about me telling you something; it's also learning from all of you. So I think if we have a conversation rather than a monologue, that'll be far better for all of us. Just give me 1 second. I'll just quickly. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah. So I'll just move to the first slide. So these are some of the trends which, like I said, they have been happening since the last 4, 5, 6 years. But the last 2 years, I mean, not 2 years, but maybe a year and a half, has accelerated some of these trends. So just going from top to down. So one is flat borders. I think this is flat world was a phrase made very popular by Nandan Nilekani in his interview to Thomas Friedman a few years back, when he wrote that seminal book, Flat World. So this is just a take on that phrase, flat world to flat borders. Basically, today there is very little difference between where we sit, what we are working for. The earlier geographical borders are disappearing. Today, for example, in my own firm, I have a team of 100 engineers, software engineers, and I don't even know where they sit. I have a role which cuts across Asia Pacific, and I have teams sitting in China and in Australia, and it doesn't really matter where you sit. I mean, in a lighter way, I always say that you are where the cable of your broadband terminates, right? If it terminates in your bedroom, bedroom's your office. If it terminates in your office, so be it, right? And what is impacting is that earlier, a few years, a decade back, we used to always say about the India market, the overseas market. In the IT industry, we had these phrases like offshore versus on-site. Today, it doesn't really matter, because what you do for India is equally applicable to the global markets. What you do in the global markets is equally applicable to India. So I think we are converging towards one market. There are differences, there are cultural differences, there are regulatory differences, but I think from a conceptual point of view, from the way you approach business, it is, we are living in a very kind of a flat world, right? The other is rising costs, and this is not only HR, it's costs across the board. So the impact on this is, 28 years back when I joined TCS after doing my MBA from FMS Delhi, I went through a 9-month training program in TCS where I didn't do a single engagement for a client, but I was just getting trained in classrooms and in training academies of TCS. Now, imagine today, the same TCS has reduced its training programs from 9 months to a matter of 3 to 4 weeks. So what the industry is expecting is that because the cost of training is going so high, they want people who can be made productive or put on client engagements or on who can be productive very quickly. So they want people who are job ready, not somebody who comes with some theoretical knowledge, then he goes through a training and then he starts working. So this is the other big trend. Organizations are expecting graduates to be far more job ready than probably a decade back. Third is the virtualization of talent. Today, we are not, organizations will look at talent wherever in the world it is available. It is not about that, if I have to hire a technical graduate, or I will go to, colleges in certain parts of the country, Bangalore, Hyderabad, where you have the bulk of or some parts of North India, where you had bulk of the good engineering institutes. Today, I will go anywhere in the world where I want to get talent. It doesn't really matter where the person sits. Similarly, about management graduates, earlier there were tier 1 organizations which went to the IIMs, the FMSs of the world. The tier 2 went somewhere else, tier 3 went somewhere else. Today, everybody is looking for a person who's got the right aptitude, who's got the right skills. It doesn't really matter where he is educated from. I mean, when I hire, for example, in my own practice, when I hire, I don't even look at where the boy or the girl has done his engineering from. I just look at his skills. I look at his job experience. Whether he's done it from IIT or he's done it from some tier 2 college doesn't really matter. Because at times the guy from a tier 2 college is far more skilled and has the right experience as compared to a tier 1 college. So I think that's the other important thing. It's virtualization of talent is going to be very, very key. It doesn't really matter because everybody's, I mean, if not everybody, a bulk of all of us are working from home. So how does it matter whether the guy is from NCR or he's from Bangalore or Hyderabad? The guy could be sitting in Jalandhar. I have a very good, software engineer who's sitting in Moga in Punjab. I was just talking to her on the phone. And I just asked her, Priya, where are you? Are you, have you started coming to office? She said, no, I'm in Moga at my parents' house. So it doesn't really matter where the person is, as long as the person is skilled, industry will go to that person, will hire that person, right? The fourth major trend is the speed at which digital is taking over every sector. I mean, if you go back 2-3 centuries back, technology has always changed business, right? So you had in the industrial revolution 1.0, you had the steam engine, then IR 2.0 came when you had electricity. Then you had IR 3.0 when internet came in the 70s. And then today you have 4.0. But what is remarkable about the current wave is the speed at which sectors are getting disrupted. 3 or 4 years back, none of us had probably heard of things like Uber or you know the other one, Ola. Today, these are part of our everyday lives. We don't say the word "I'm taking a taxi." We Uber. We don't say I'm going to search on the internet. We say I'll Google, right? Uh, COVID has again accelerated it. Brick and mortar is, I'm not dying, but it is rapidly being overtaken by digital. And this is, I mean, so it's not only around in the lives around us. You look at any sector and name me one sector where digital technologies are not rapidly disrupting those sectors, whether it's retail, whether it's manufacturing, whether it is healthcare, banking, financials, whatever you name it, and the sector is getting uh, completely disrupted. And the impact on this on the jobs and the skills is that the traditional jobs will no longer exist in a couple of years. So, um, when a kid graduates from a management school, he has a certain job in his mind, or he has a job in his hand, marketing manager. Now, today, I would really struggle to find anybody who puts on his CV on LinkedIn, I'm a marketing manager. There is no marketing manager today. You have digital specialists. People specialize in social media marketing. People specialize in digital marketing. People similarly in manufacturing. There is no concept of a factory manager today. Everything, for example, Maruti. I mean, for those of you who live in the NCR, then Maruti's first factory was made in Gurgaon in 1986, 87. It had 3,000 employees. Their new factory, which was set up in Manesar a few years back, has 99% automation on the shop floor through robos. So all the old jobs like welding, all these jobs are getting completely disrupted. So the point I'm making is that we need to be prepared that a job which exists today will not exist 2 years down the line. So how do I prepare the students of today that that you need to you are entering a world where you need to reinvent yourself every 2 to 3 years. The education institutions can't do that. The only thing they can give to the student is the attitude, the tools, and the environment for them to always reskilling themselves, always at the lookout of that. How do I, you know, keeping myself relevant in the world, which is not only today, but with the world which is going to come 2 to 3, 4 years down the line, right? And the last major trend which I observe is the democratization of knowledge. Earlier, we all, learned in our institutes, whether it was an engineering school, whether it was a management school. I mean, we went to education institutes to learn, to gain knowledge. Today, knowledge is everywhere. Uh, you know, I do a lot of courses, even when I've crossed 50 now. I do a lot of courses on Coursera. I don't go to an institute to learn. It's available. I can do it late in the evening when I've finished my office work. Similarly, when I talk to students, many of them say, "Sir, we learn more through our courses, online courses available outside the institutes than we learn in the institutes." So this is the new thing that the institutes have to, stay abreast, because at the end of the day, there is a certain inertia in every institute. There is a certain protocols which institutes follow, the board of studies, the approval processes. Whereas the world outside, new courses get created. There is so much knowledge available. It's free. You don't even have to pay. So I mean, if you don't want to pay, there is still knowledge available. So I think this is the other thing, that the institutes have to be much more agile to keep pace with with the knowledge which is available outside the institutes. And rather than competing with that trend, I think they need to learn to coexist with that. Because end of the day, a student will go wherever he finds value. So if I can learn about, let's say, cloud technologies through Coursera or through some other source of knowledge on the internet, I will go there. If I feel that my teacher is not giving me that value which online course is giving me, I will go there, because end of the day, the industry only values knowledge and skills. It doesn't value what your teacher was, right? So these are some of the trends. I mean, if you want, we can take a pause and discuss this before we segue on to the next slide, because I think this will set the context of what, what we can discuss later. So happy to get into conversation on these points with, all of you.
Can I make a point, Rajdeep?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
I think before this session, we were discussing this very in an interactive manner. All these points we really discussed.
Anji.
What the trends are coming in today's scenario of management education or education field. My question on your slide, which you have mentioned key trends, rising HR costs. But what I have seen, it has really reduced the HR cost in many organizations. If you see, the major hit in pandemic was education sector, but there was no great news coming in the newspaper or a media, and many teachers, many faculty that lost their job. So I am trying to connect from that understanding that rising HR cost I have not seen. Maybe now post pandemic this will make a shift or major shift. I don't know. I'm just eager to understand from you as a senior member in the education field that how do we look at this? There was a major cut. We all knew why it happened, and we all have gone through. You are coming from organization, but many of my colleagues will agree with me that it happened to education sector. We were the badly hit one, and I have counseled many faculty, those who have lost their jobs. So what I'm seeing that the trend was that reducing HR costs by certain reasons because of the pandemic, but also now the trend is showing different thing because now digital world is shaping the world, which required skills for a faculty as well. So that has more demand or more cost. I don't know. I want to eagerly ask you this on the right.
No, that's a good question, ma'am. So where I'm coming from is, so for example, if I, look at it, and I'll just go back to my earlier firm, because that's a very large firm now. TCS has got about 500,000 employees. So what has happened is that earlier TCS used to, TCS used to go all over the country to hire engineers, right? And the model was that as long as the person has a core engineering degree, we will train him, right? And TCS, used to spend, 2-3 years back, or maybe 4-5 years back, over $1.5 billion annually on training, right? And mega campuses were set up in Trivandrum for training, and the same story was replicated across Infosys, etc., the large IT companies. Then, if you may recall that in 2006, NASSCOM and McKinsey came out with a report in which they made that famous statement that only 25% of India's graduates are employable, right? Which actually set the cat among the pigeons. That what do we need to do to increase the employability of the Indian graduates, especially in the engineering sector, right? Now, the point I was making here is that is where the backward integration happened between industry and the educational institutes, which I have a slightly divergent view, because that was not good in my view, because it put a lot of focus on skills rather than knowledge. So many times when I used to go to engineering institute, the good ones, even the NITs of the world, the Thappars of the world, they all used to tell us, can you set up a lab for coding in my campus? Can you set up a lab for this in my campus? And I used to always, in fact, used to have disagreement with my HR team, that I said, the graduates, engineering graduates, need to have their fundamentals in place. Coding is a skill. It is not a knowledge. You see, there is a difference between knowledge and skills, right? And so the point I'm making is that but that trend has carried on. So industry is now telling educational institutes, hey, I don't have the luxury to spend, hundreds and thousands of dollars or rupees to train a engineer or a managing graduate. Give me somebody who's job ready. So I want you to do these courses for him, right? And that is what I'm saying, that because the overall cost of salaries is going up, right? An engineer which was costing us, let's say 100 rupees a few years back, is now costing us nearly 200 rupees. So everybody is now doing this, the way you do in other sectors, backward integration. So even in the services industry, like what I've been working in, whether it's Deloitte or TCS, the focus is give me people who are far more job ready. So that's why while we can have a different conversation whether it's good or bad, but the fact is that is a ground reality. So that's why I'm saying that we have to balance knowledge with skills in all institutes today, that without sacrificing the core fundamental knowledge concepts, we do need to empower our students with skills so that they become a lot more job ready as compared to 10 years back, when organizations had the luxury of running large training programs to make their employees, fresh inductees, job ready. Right? Today, that luxury is disappearing. And like I gave you my own example, I went through a 9-month classroom training in TCS when I graduated, 9 months and getting full salary. But I used to just attend. For me, it was just changing from FMS Delhi to TCS in that time. I think it was in Rajendra Place, Delhi, where I used to attend classes run by TCS professionals to teach me software engineering. 9 months, can you believe it? And then I had regular exams, I had tests, I had to maintain a score of 70%, and not only me, there were 10 other guys like me. And now it is crunched to 3 weeks. So they are expecting the graduates to be far more knowledgeable in software coding than I used to be. So that's the limited point I'm making. It's not about, you are what you are saying is also correct, but I'm just saying from the point of view that the education institutes have to balance knowledge with skills far more effectively than they could afford to do a few years back.
So that applies to our professors and teachers also. Technology enabled skill will be a criteria.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. And while, the other thing which I have, again, like I said, I have had the good fortune to be, to learn from a lot of teachers in my professional life. And there is a Dr. Phatak in IIT Bombay. God bless him. He always used to tell me, Rajdeep, it takes 10 years, 15 years to make a good teacher. Whether it's in a school or it's in a college, it takes a lot of time. And he says, so he says there is a shortage of good faculty in the country, which will not be overcome by a factory model. You can't just create good teachers overnight, right? So he says what we are doing, and they have done it successfully, IIT Bombay, that they have now set up this beautiful studio in IIT Bombay, where let's say Dr. Phatak, who's a master of computer science, he takes classes, and 100 colleges around that Bombay area, the students from there log into that broadcast, and it's a bilateral broadcast, so you can interactive, you can do classes and all. So he says a good teacher is not only teaching 30 students in IIT Bombay, but is teaching hundreds of students in across the the local geographical area. So he said those are the new things we need to do. That how does the benefit of a great teacher spread beyond the brick and mortar walls of the institute he is employed in? So I think this is where, ma'am, these are the models which are already in India, which are being, successfully deployed. Unfortunately, India being such a vast country, our pockets of excellence don't get transmitted to other parts. And I think that is something we, as a country, we need to start doing. That we need to start moving beyond pilots and learn how to scale up these great examples. So how do I can't replicate clone Dr. Phatak, unfortunately, technology doesn't exist. But I can use his skills, his experience, his wisdom, and do these broadcasts. Even I think the IITs, all IITs have started nurturing this local colleges, at least in technology. I don't know so much about management. But again, it's only the IITs doing it. What about the great teachers in the NITs or other places? Why only NITs? Other places? Why can't they just do this, use basic technology like broadcast studios and just spread that knowledge, right? All there is shortage. In fact, I am on a review committee of my alma mater, NIT Kurukshetra, And there is a 30-40% shortage of APs and Ps there, professors and associated professors. And what they're doing is they're backfilling through contract teachers. But that is not a solution, right? So all I'm saying, so your point is valid. Everybody needs to keep abreast. And I think we need to start looking at innovative ways rather than just that if I have a vacancy of 20 teachers, I just need to fill it. What you're filling with is equally important. I don't have to fill it only with a physical body. Maybe I can fill it through a virtual teacher, you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajdeep. Thank you.
So again, like I said, I'm coming from outside, but you know the system far more than I do. So maybe you can tell me that what I'm talking is, just nonsense, or maybe something which we can experiment as a country today.
No, I think you rightly mentioned. I think in the first session we were talking the collaborative approach. So that has to be part now. Digital world has made it possible. So we can't say it is not possible now. So that is one thing which I got from your conversation and this interaction, that there is a lot of scope. It's how we look at as a senior member in education institute or university and have that collaborative approach. Who are the best, and bring those best minds and work together and impart to many. And that's thank you.
Because we can't create, and the same problem is in schools. So if I'll give you an example of a beautiful experiment which is happening in Chhattisgarh. Now, Chhattisgarh, we all know, is not one of our most developed states, right? But they did a very good pilot a few years back, where they gave tablets to the village rural schools, so that they could upload the data of the students online very quickly, rather than filling it in paper sheets and then sending it and all that. Then I think with Amazon, they did a very good pilot, because the teachers in rural India, as you would know, one teacher teaches every subject. And those teachers themselves, even if you are being charitable, are not the best teachers in the world, right? So they set up Alexas in the classrooms, where the students could ask questions to put their questions to the Alexa device, right? And get answers. Now, children, are naturally curious. They will ask questions. They will ask questions about anything. And over a period of time, the student, those young kids from very poor backgrounds, rural backgrounds, got so familiar with asking questions to this little device and getting answers, that it rapidly, they saw a much better increase in those students who had access to these devices in their schools, as compared to students who didn't have it and were dependent on what the teacher was telling them. So again, I'm saying, this is one corner of India, a great experiment is being done. Now, I don't even know whether Chhattisgarh has scaled it up or not. But maybe these are the things we need to do. That, uh, I can't replace that not so good teacher in the rural school. Where will I get a great teacher in a rural school? I can't do it. But maybe technology can do a leapfrog, where we supplement, not replace, but we supplement that teacher with a digital tool, where not only do the students learn more, but they also have fun in learning. Can you imagine how, I mean, when we got Alexa in our houses, we got so excited. All of us were just playing around, saying stupid things to Alexa and saying, "Oh, my kids used to say, Dad, let's see what she answers or what he answers." Right? It just made things fun. And I think that is what is most important, is that we need to be far more experimental. Today, when we talk about education, I think we are talking a lot about band-aids. We are not talking about radical overhauls. And that is what is the most sad part, that a country like ours, which is so innovative, doing such brilliant stuff, when it comes to education, we still talk about band-aids. In fact, at an IILM conference, I think the prime conference 4 years back, I made a point that, we talk about education, we talk about reinventing education. But for me, reinvention will happen when that child or that laborer who's working on the footpath outside our nice campuses has access to education. How do I get education to that child who can't leave his parents? Can't leave his parents. The parents can't leave the child. He can't travel to a school. So how do I get him education? Technology exists. How do we make it happen? I said that is reinvention of education. Education is not about a smart classroom or putting a fancy whiteboard. That's okay. Those are nice things to do. But how do I get quality education to that last mile is, I think, where all of us need to start thinking. So I'll just go to the next slide because I'm also conscious of Dr. Satpathy looking at a watch. So
No, sir, I was looking at something else.
no. I'm
We
just
have
kidding.
sufficient time, sir.
Okay. So this is again, how we look at what's happening. So the sectors which were boring or not so fashionable few years back, or not even few years back, 2-3 years back, are today becoming dominant. So if you look at post-COVID, and we're not even post-COVID, healthcare is becoming a huge sector, right? All of us have, even if you look at our own personal lives, we all have started looking at wellness. We have started looking at health insurance. We have all started now putting hospital emergency numbers in our phone. So healthcare has suddenly is going to become a huge growth sector. And I use the word healthcare very deliberately, not because healthcare is not is an ecosystem. You have hospitals, you have pharmaceuticals, you have you have medical devices, you have the wellness concept of health. So there is a huge ecosystem which is around. I think this is going to become a huge growth sector. In fact, earlier when in India we used to talk about tourism, used to talk about other services industry. I think healthcare is going to be the #1 job creator in India. Pharmaceuticals, again, vaccines. This whole vaccine debates has taught us that how important pharmaceuticals are. Today we are in a pole position as a country because we are a vaccine, manufacturer. So the whole concept, the supply chain, manufacturing, supply chain, messaging, everything is going to become critical. Pharmaceuticals. So again, medical devices I touched, manufacturing, more than because manufacturing is going to be dominated by machines. It already is. So if you look at in India also, all the new plants which are coming up are heavily dominated by robotics. All the fancy technologies we talk about, Internet of Things, sensors, everything is being deployed on the shop floor. So jobs will not be created in manufacturing. Jobs will be created downstream, right? Downstream, like in logistics, downstream, like in services. So if you look at the car industry, automobile industry, you talk to a Maruti or a Hyundai or anybody, they'll say jobs are getting created in the dealerships. Post-sale jobs are getting created, not the manufacturing jobs, right? Agriculture, again, a huge. So smart agriculture. I mean, today again, while farm laws get debated, but if you look at the stories which are coming out of India, the value-based agriculture, smart agriculture, how do you tell a farmer that how to increase yield? Land is not increasing, but yields can increase, right? How do you grow, move away from water intensive crops to less water intensive crops? How do you move from, the same farmer used to grow fruits is today growing lavender flowers, right? How do you bring food processing closer to the farms? An interesting fact is that India is today the leading manufacturer of every food category in the world. We are in either one or in the top three, right? Whether it's milk, meat, poultry, you name it, pulses, anything. But when it comes to value added food processing, we are nowhere in the global scales, right? Because we are again doing what happened during the British rule, that we export cotton and import expensive textiles. So we are exporting commodity agriculture goods, but the value of so oranges get exported from India, Tropicana gets imported, or the value of Tropicana is getting captured by an MNC. So how do you increase food processing in agriculture, right? Social welfare, huge new sector. And when I say social welfare, I am not talking about just NGOs. I'm talking about actual social welfare, because the government cannot deliver social welfare on its own. There is a huge amount of kind of a quasi government industry overlap between social welfare sectors. More and more, I'm sure it's true of IILM also. A lot of young graduates are today, they want to do something more than having a profit motive. So I think these sectors are going to be far more dominant. And within these sectors also, if you look at some of the trends, for example, if you look at healthcare, today, those of you who follow some of the business news, the consumer tech firms like Apple, Google, Amazon are rapidly buying into healthcare firms, right? So whether they're buying wearables, they are buying healthcare providers, or they're buying imaging companies. The reason is because ultimately, again, I'll pick on healthcare as a sector. Healthcare is a very disaggregated sector, right? So you have medical device manufacturers who don't talk to hospitals. When I say don't talk to, I mean they don't interoperate. The pharma companies don't interoperate with the medical devices companies. The labs, the path labs, don't interoperate with the hospital. So if you really look at it, as an individual, my health records are all over the place, right? And there is no regulatory framework. At least, I mean, India, we don't have a regulatory framework in place. So today, now, so end of the day, to integrate all these different dots in a healthcare ecosystem, you need somebody who can manage large amounts of data. And who manages large amounts of data today? The Apples of the world, the Googles of the world, the Amazon of the world, who manage trillions and trillions and trillions of bytes of data, right? So that is why these people are buying into the healthcare sector, because once you learn how to manage the large amounts of data, once you can manage the data and make sure that there is a single unified data framework where your health records with all necessary security protocols are in place. So as an individual, whether I get a blood test done or I get a COVID test done, my hospital is aware, my insurance company is aware, everybody is aware. Today, all we are, we all maintain these PDF files. But imagine if you had a digital framework. So I think this is one big trend, the new entrants in all sectors. Who would, even in India, if you see, who would imagine that the Ambani Group would become the number one telecom player in the last 4-5 years, right? And not only in India, he's not only becoming the Reliance Industries is no longer just a telecom provider. They are gradually moving upstream to also becoming a 5G equipment manufacturer. Now, then they will start managing the 5G networks. They're already going to release a new 5G smartphone. So are they a telecom provider or are they an integrated telecom conglomerate, right? They are no longer an oil and gas entity. They are in retail. In fact, retail is going to be, according to news, there retail is going to be one of their biggest plays. So retail, telecom. So what I'm saying is new entrants are going to just disrupt the old lazy ways of doing business, right? Again, we all, when we talk about management, theories, we all used to debate about vertical integration and horizontal integration. That you have an ecosystem of partners. But what is the true model today? Because both sides are true. There is vertical integration. So you have the Apples of the world, which are a vertically integrated player. They manufacture their hardware. They now start manufacturing their chips. They manufacture their software. They manufacture their customer experience. On the other hand, you have other models where organizations are working through partners, through adjacencies, not only through vertical integration. So, what is the true model? Uh, Again, we all talk loosely about innovation. In fact, I used to joke that moving a water cooler from one corner of the office to another corner of the office used to be called as process innovation, right? But that is no longer enough to survive. The mindset has to be disruptive innovation, right? And that is what is again we see all around us. So again, picking up on Geo came and destroyed the monopoly of Airtel and Vodafone. It was a two player market in India. Today, suddenly these guys came with a disruptive model, whether it was a pricing model or whatever you call it. They completely disrupted that model, right? Startups are, again, more and more, when I talk to young students, people want to do, people are doing social good. So there is a guy I know who, one of the graduates from a very good management school, he says, I'm starting a startup on waste recycling in RWS. So I said, boss, where is the money in this? He said, the money will come, but I want to do social good. So I think people are now starting, teaching underprivileged children. So youngsters are getting into these sectors. So again, social good is probably it's early days, but social good is slowly, I think, going to override the profit motive, and more youngsters will move into these sectors. So I think as management education, the things we taught gave the examples only of the business theories or the business world. I think we need to gradually increase our footprint and also start looking at social sector, social welfare as part of our curriculum. When we talk about internship, we only run after the corporates. Why can't the internship in a social, again, whether you use the word NGO or you call the social sector, why can't the internship there be as valuable? Because all concepts of management are used there, right? And again, when we talk about management, we say no to government, yes to corporates. But today, government is also reinventing. In fact, government today is the biggest disruptor in many sectors. I was talking to somebody in my profession, and I said, government, especially in tax, is leading the industry in adoption of technology. Industry is actually lagging behind. So the government is actually is a major disruptor. Whether we agree, disagree with things like asset monetization, etc. But the government is being far more experimental today, and this is not only about India, outside India also. Government is being far more experimental about a lot of things. So again, I think we'll see much more public-private partnerships, and management institute should start teaching about public policy. I think IILM does courses on public policy, but I think that we need to marry into our traditional management education, because more and more people will start looking at government with a new lens, and we can't have this wall that this is government, this is public sector, this is private sector. Increasingly, you will see these overlaps, right? And where this impact will happen on skills and jobs is that, like I said, the traditional jobs are disappearing. So a graduate today walking out with a job, after 2 years, the job may not even exist. How many of us few years back heard of jobs like data architect, data scientist? We never even heard these terms. All we heard was the normal term was a database engineer. Today, any guy with a statistics degree is the hottest skill in the industry going around today. Earlier, if you passed out of the Institute of Statistics in Calcutta, etc., you could either hope for a civil services or a job as a teacher or as a faculty. Today, an MSc in statistics is one of the hottest skills going around, because suddenly data scientists have become so important. So the point is that new jobs are getting created. So while we all cry about old jobs getting obsolete, and every time we get together, we talk about AI killing jobs, AI leading to unemployment. We don't see the other side of the spectrum, which is the new jobs getting created. And to handle the new jobs, we need new skills, right? We can't say that, what I was taught welding 10 years back, but today the welding is being done in a different way, so I can't cope with it, right? Reskilling has to be on everybody's agenda. It is not as an individual, I can't say that that just because I walked out of my institute, my knowledge is complete. I think one of the fundamental duties all of us who are either in the industry or in the institutes, or even in all educational institutes, has to drive this attitude of continuous learning. Knowledge is available, it's free. Whenever I speak to my engineers in Deloitte, the only thing I tell them is, boss, learn. We have created very nice courses for all. And I said, the only thing I asked them is, boss, how many of you are enrolled in those courses? I said, watch YouTube a little less, watch Netflix a little less, do 1 hour of learning a week. Even if you do 1 hour of learning, you're learning something new, because 3 years down the line, what you know today is no longer relevant, right? So I think we need to Maybe a thought, random thought on the table for you, all of you is, even when a graduate passes out of IIM or any management institute, maybe the institute can offer him a journey for continuous learning. Maybe he or she can, whether you can offer online courses at a cost, at a price, that's fine. That's up to you. But rather, maybe curated courses, right? So not only is he always engaged with the institutes, but he has a kind of a trusted source of reskilling himself, right? So I think we need to look beyond that. A 2-year degree gives you all the knowledge of the world. Your 2-year degree only gives you the fundamental block. But reskilling is a constant process, I think, going forward, right? Horizontal skills are very important. We can't say that I am a marketing guy, so I don't know. Why should I learn about finance? Or I am a HR guy. Why should I learn about marketing? I think we all need to learn skills which are adjacent to our jobs. So today a marketing guy, or a guy who's doing marketing, also needs to understand a little bit of finance. Everybody needs to understand HR, because all of us are, end of the day, HR professionals. We sooner and later we either work in a team or we are going to lead a team. The team could be 2 people, could be 100 people, could be 1,000 people. So all these skills of, so no longer can, I think the world is going to move away from specialists. We are going to move toward generalists, of course, with a core knowledge, but all of us need to know what is around us. We can't just button pigeonhole ourselves that this is my specialization, this is all I know, this is all I will look at. So, like a horse walking with blinders, I think the blinders have to come off, right? Today, I am a chief technology officer of the tax business for Deloitte. I can't say, boss, I'm a technology guy, I don't need to learn tax. So I talk to people, I learn about tax a little bit. It's not my core competency, but yeah, over the last 1 year, I've understood enough about tax that I know the difference between indirect tax, direct tax, transfer pricing. I know those differences, right? So I think horizontal skills are going to be more important than just vertical skills, especially the youngsters. I think they need to, because I think our focus of today's conversation is about youngsters, not about the oldies like us. So I think the youngsters need to have that, and I don't know how to create it, because while many of them have that thirst, but I think they just need to be pointed in the right direction. That message has to be put on their head that you need to always be lookout on continuous learning is as important as your anything else. I've got young kids. I keep on telling them, uh, you need to upskill yourself all the time. You can't just say that I'm in class 12 doing commerce, so I don't want to learn about something else about technology. I said, learn. You got to immerse yourself, right? And that's underpinning everything is going to be data. Whether you're doing English honors or you're doing liberal arts, I think a fundamental awareness of data. Some courses will have more, some will have less, but I think everybody has to understand, appreciate the way data is going to be centerpiece of our lives. So I think these are some of the things which I think are fundamental. I mean, a lot of it is common sense. But I think we need to put this front and square of ourselves, because unless we put in front and we tend to forget some of these things, right? Uh, so there is a lot of talk about STEM education. Forget about STEM. I think even the core concepts of data, how data is relevant in all our lives, digital technologies, whether you are a liberal arts or you are economics or you are commerce or you're I think appreciation of technology and data is very fundamental. So again, I'll pause here. Happy to get into a conversation on any of these points.
If we have any questions from this slide, please ask. Sir, we can move on. After the session, they will have questions here.
Okay. So again, I think there is a lot of focus we do on curriculum only. Let's change the curriculum, Let's reinvent our curriculum, tinker with the curriculum and all. But I think one of the things I've learned in conversation with, faculty members, like I said, I'm a very inquisitive guy. So whenever I meet somebody, I always ask questions. And they always say that, we have to look at curriculum, pedagogy, and assessments in unison for to have an impact on any change we need to bring. Because a new curriculum taught in the old way is not going to have the impact. New curriculum taught in the new way, but assessed in the old way is again not going to have the impact, right? So I think we need to look at all these three things as a holistic, and we'll talk about it a little later. But uh, my limited point is that if you are going to change the curriculum for towards more project based, research based, but we assess the student only on a question paper with 100 questions in it, right? So why would he pay attention to his projects and his research, right? So everything has to move in a, like they say, that in a unison, rather than focusing on just changing one thing but leaving the other two parts the same, right? And again, what is the management graduate of the future look like? One of the points I touched upon, I think more generalist skills rather than very specialist. Now, some of you may find this very contrarian, that we need to do a deep dive. Yes, knowledge of your subject is important, but also you don't need to get blinded by a subject, right? You need to be aware of. So a good, again, a good graduate will soon become a team leader. Will soon, it's a very rapidly changing world. You can't say that that I only do. I'm only a digital marketing or a finance guy. I don't know anything about. I don't want to learn about anything else. So I think we need to have people with generalist skills, because people can move into any direction. Uh, I was happily doing technology consulting for in TCS. I was a through and through technology guy. When I joined Deloitte, I was in digital consulting. I used to do a lot of advisory on technology. Suddenly, I was asked to head the technology business from of tax. Overnight, I had to learn about tax. Right now, I couldn't say that I only know bits and bytes. So the point I'm making is that we need to create, while we focus on people's core competencies, we also need to make sure that they learn about other things in what a business, how a business operates, rather than just being pigeonholed into that I will only do this, I will not do that, right? The world is too rapidly changing to afford such luxuries of specialists, right? uh, then a very adaptable mindset, somebody who's very adaptable, because again, 2 years down the line, God knows what your sector will look like, whether your job exists or not. So you need people with a mindset of adaptability. Uh, Today, for example, if you go back to one of my favorite examples, Brexit happened. Throughout 2019, we were, I used to follow that very closely because I like politics. And it was at times very obvious that Brexit will not happen, but it happened. Entire economy of UK went through a somersault, right? From a part of a large market, they became they became I call it a economically independent country, right? So how you do business, everything changes. So now you have to adapt. Now you can either say that, boss, my world has come crashing down my ears, I can't do anything, or you create people who are far more flexible and adaptable, right? Like I said earlier, your job of today may not even exist 2 years down the line. So what are you going to do when your job disappears, or your organization tells you, boss, the job is no longer there? Are you going to cry and get into a depression, or are you going to be resilient and say, boss, I have acquired new skills, so I can pick up a new job, or I can adapt into a new work environment, right? So again, adaptability is very important. Then again, 1 second, I'll just pick this point. Sorry. then I think no sector is impervious to technology. When I did my MBA, I was the only guy in my class who did systems because I had a computer science background. I was the only guy in that class. So can you imagine one teacher, one student in a class? Yeah, because everybody, rest of my batch of 25 people used to say, we are managers, we are management graduates. What do we have to do with technology? That attitude does not exist today. Every field is today underpinned by digital technologies, whether you call marketing, finance, what have you, HR, everything is underpinned by technology. So we need to, as management institutions, we need to weave in technology. And I'm not saying, and I always make this point, that creation of technology is very different from application of technology. So everybody doesn't have to understand how to write a algorithm for artificial intelligence, but everybody must understand how AI or any other related technology is going to impact their sector. So these are one of the things I always make it a point, even when I, meet my colleagues at IILM, that in all sectors, please have courses on impact of digital technologies in that sector. So somebody doing retail must understand what the retail store of the future is going to look like. Amazon has already piloted stores where there is no human being. The customer walks in the store, walks out of the store, completely a digital experience. So how is retail changing, right? How's manufacturing changing through technology? Please understand these things, because when you join a firm post graduation, you will suddenly face these things. And if you say that, boss, I don't understand these things, you will again lose ground. So we need to make tech savvy managers. I'm not saying we need to teach software coding to everybody, but we need to make our management graduates tech savvy. And all universities, like, I mean, I know IILM, I know some other universities where management education and technical education coexist. I think please allow this interplay of students intermingling from one school into another school, because that is the best way for young minds to learn about different areas, right? We know that famous example of Steve Jobs, that he got so bored of his regular courses that he started attending a calligraphy class. And because he understood calligraphy, the beautiful fonts of Apple or Macintosh were created, which were so rather than the sharp fonts of the PC, Windows PC, they created those beautiful calligraphic fonts of Macintosh, just because Steve Jobs had an understanding of calligraphy, because he went to attend a calligraphy class, because he was bored. And that time the education system in this university allowed this interplay, right? So I think this, especially so that the institutes which are blessed to have management, liberal arts, technical education on their campuses must allow this interplay of students just floating around and absorbing these things. Whether it's liberal arts, whether it is a management guy sitting in a psychology class, I think that is the best way we can create these managers or leaders of the future, rather than you will only sit in a management class. What are you going to do in a liberal arts class, right? So I think that is very important. In fact, when I, a year back, I was in NIT Kurukshetra, and all the faculty members were saying that because we are in Kurukshetra, we are a very good institute, but we don't get opportunities for internship for our students. So I said, what stops you from creating projects on your own? So I said, Kurukshetra is one of the holiest cities of Hinduism, right? Uh, what stops you from making a project on a smart Kurukshetra, right? You are a premier educational institution of India. You have management there. You have all branches of engineering. Create a project, Smart Kurukshetra. Take it to the local administration. Tell them that you will make Kurukshetra a smart city, and run that project through a kind of a student team. I said, we can't be dependent that Maruti doesn't come to Kurukshetra, or Kurukshetra students can't go to Maruti because of the distance. Create your own project. So even in the all management institutes, projects can be created by the faculty. Research projects can be created, right? Why are we dependent always on somebody else giving us a project, right? It might look good on a CV, but at the end of the day, the people looking for employees will ultimately look at the skills and the aptitude and knowledge of the person, not so much where he did his internship from. because you can go to a great institution to do an internship, but maybe you'll get a completely useless project, right? So, for example, in TCS, uh, there was a contractual agreement with customers that no non-employee of TCS will work on their project. So the internship opportunity just disappeared. So even when we used to get interns, I had an intern and I said, boss, I have no project to give you. All I can do is give you some topic, you write a report and I will review it with you. Now, he could have learned the same thing in his sitting in his college. But so all I'm saying is that I think we all need to be a little bit more entrepreneurial, flexible in increasing the project work or the experience of our students, rather than just depending upon a corporate to come and give a project, because those internship opportunities are dying now, right? Work from home is killing the office experience, but that should not kill the research oriented mindset which we need to develop in our students, right? So again, Dr. Satpal, can I move on, or should we take a pause here?
So we can move on. So after
Achha.
the session for 15 minutes, the session will be open for the questions and answer. The participants can ask questions on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, I just exploded the earlier slide into some points on the three aspects of curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Some of these points I've already touched. So I think in curriculum, again, we need to start thinking beyond what we typically do. So I think, so when I mean, again, I'm going back nearly 30 years, but when I did my MBA, in a marketing class, we had courses on OB, OD, and all as some courses. But I think those things are far more important now. Psychology of the individual. Similarly, in finance, what is traditional finance? It has to go beyond accounting, etc. Right? A lot more needs to be touched in finance. The fintech revolution. The traditional finance is now pretty much being not going to be done by the MBA graduates. It's going to be done by lower skilled people, right? So what are the MBA graduates going to do? The new trends in fintech. I think people. So how will a finance graduate, finance management graduate, what is he going to do in a world which is dominated by fintechs, right? Uh, so I think these are the things we need to bring into our curriculum. Again, I touched upon this. Rather than creating only specialists, we need to create a good blend of cross-functional people who know more than their core skills, core subjects. Can we do a balance of core and electives? I think IILM has got a very good program. Again, I remember, last year when I was at the campus, it was a very good blend of electives and core subjects. I think all institutes need to have that model. Let the student choose what electives he wants to do, as long as he gets the requisite credits. How does it matter which elective is he choosing? Maybe a marketing a guy with a marketing subject wants to do something in finance as elective, so be it. Maybe he wants to do something on design thinking, so be it. As long as he is becoming an all-rounder with adjacent skills, why should the education institute impose limits? That's my limited point, because the world of tomorrow is not going to be like today. So we need to more and more be a little bit more flexible and innovative in our approach to curriculum. And again, the fourth point, which I think is very important, is research based. We need to keep on driving this in their students, that they need to foster in their mindset a culture of research based education. Give them papers to publish, give them papers to present. I would go to the extent that every student, every trimester should present a paper on a subject in front of the class. This will teach them how to do research. This will lead to a kind of fresh thinking. This will increase their presentation skills, and give them marks on it. Don't make it an optional, make it a mandatory thing. So imagine a student, if he's doing a 2-year course and he's got 6 trimesters. In 2 years, he's publishing 6 papers. That's going to be phenomenal in his ability to do some research and to present, improve his communication skills, right? Pedagogy, again, I think with this whole COVID has taught us that coming to class is not the most important thing. Education, again, institutes need to evolve into a anywhere, anyhow, anytime. So anywhere means, you can get the same quality education anywhere where you are, whether you're sitting in Jalandhar or you're sitting in Gurgaon, wherever you are. Anyhow, whether you are, again, face to face, or you're on a digital channel, whether you're on a mobile phone, a smartphone or a laptop or whatever, what have you, at any time. Why should I be bound by 9 to 5? I should be able, the courses should be available. I should be able to, today Coursera's courses are available 24/7, 365 days a year. Why not about courses from a management institutes? Maybe some students would like to study in the evening rather than in the morning. So I think so pedagogy has to evolve. Uh, Again, experiential, I think, like I said, faculty shortages are endemic. We are not going to remove our faculty shortages in the country overnight. Please involve people from industry. While you might meet resistance in the beginning, there are a lot of people in the industry who are willing to come and talk, uh, especially in some of the major industrial hubs like NCR, Bombay, etc., larger cities. There is no dearth of professionals. At times, don't look only for people with gray hair. Some of the youngsters have great experiences. So invite the youngsters also. Why only people with gray hair, right? Gray hair is no symbol of, no sign of extra knowledge or wisdom. And again, brick and mortar needs to coexist with digital. Sooner than later, classes will resume whenever the vaccination reaches a certain level. But again, why should we compel students to come in brick and mortar? Yes, there is a traditional comfort that all students are in a class, but why? I think they should coexist. And again, assessment, like I said, you can't have a different curriculum, different ways of teaching, but assess on the old ways. So on one hand, if you talk about giving a lot of focus on project work, research papers, but then we start giving the student a 100-mark paper. The old papers where the focus was filling sheet after sheet after sheet. Why? Give it 50-mark paper, assess, give him 50 marks on his project work, on his research papers. Maybe he can do a research presentation in the part of the assessments. And again, focus more on the skills overall, his whole aptitude, what has he learned, not only what is in the course as in the book. So these are outside in thoughts. I'm not an educationist. But like I said, I have talked to a lot of great or very good academicians, and I've tried to learn from them because I always used to ask questions. And these are some of my observations from the industry into academia. So that's all I had, Dr. Satyadi. I know we have a lot of time left, but happy to amplify any point, answer any questions, whichever way you would like to do.
Sir, I have posted a question in the chat box because my
Just a
keyboard
minute.
is not working. Yeah.
Just a minute, sir. I'll see. 1 second. At times, our external. Yeah. Which question is that, sir?
The last one. What's your view on fintech, and how do you advise the institute to equip students in that space?
Yeah. So my view on fintech is that fintech is here to stay, and I think the biggest thing in fintech is going to be that your traditional banks are going to get upended, because banks again are, like I said, if you really take a poll of all of us over on the Zoom call today, how many of us have visited a bank branch in the last 2, 3, 4 years? At least I have not visited my bank branch, but I find no disruption in my banking work. Right, everything is available online, and I deal with traditional banks like HDFC and all. But today, if you look at the world of fintech, there are so many startups there who are using technology like AI to do your wealth management, to your credit management. So I think fintech is going to upend banks, and more and more youngsters are going to move into fintech rather than, earlier when, like I said, when I finished my MBA, day one placements were day one firms used to be Citibank, Bank of America, and Grindlays, right? Grindlays used to be a bank in those days. Today, I don't know whether these banks are day one in the campuses, right? Because so I think fintech is there to stay, in fact, to grow, not only stay. And that's where I kept on saying that if you take a finance guy, but he doesn't understand tech, what is he going to do in fintech? So I think even when we are teaching finance in management institutions or any other field of management, we need to provide a strong underpinning of technology, so that when these guys join either a startup or they want to join a slightly mature fintech, they are equipped to please understand the technology which is happening there, right? So to answer your question in a one word, in one sentence, fintechs are there to stay. And I think to prepare our students, we need to give them a strong underpinning of technology, either through elective courses or whatever, or getting fintech people to come and talk in the as guest faculty, lectures, right? It'll just create awareness, because most important I feel is the awareness in students' mind. Then the young people today are so, I think, entrepreneurial. They will look for knowledge, they will look for skills, but we just need to give them the awareness, because I think that is the most important thing management institutes can do, is create awareness of the world outside the walls. And then these guys will find their own knowledge. They will find ways. It's like a water down the hill. You can't stop the water will flow down the hill. So these guys are smart today. Gen X and Gen Y is not dependent upon the brick and mortar. We just need to give them this. We need to ignite the spark.
Thank you, sir.
Because just to add one more point, if you invite somebody from a traditional bank to come and do a guest lecture, he will talk about traditional bank. He or she will talk about traditional banking. But get a young guy from a fintech startup, he will just create a buzz in the students. Because he will talk a different language, his attitude will be different. He will try to tell them the art of the possible. And I think that is what is the most brilliant thing, which if we just do a little bit of recalibration, you will see the spark lighting in the students. Maybe this way we'll create more entrepreneurs rather than employees.
So we can continue, I think.
But I have nothing else to continue, Dr. Satyajit, because like I said, I mean, I can talk about examples, I can talk about a lot of things, but
okay. So if any questions are there, then we can raise now, dear participants. If any questions, sir, should I ask one question?
Sure.
Whatever you have. So, sir, this outbreak of COVID-19 has changed the whole scenario. Since I'm into placement also, being a professor in OB and HR, I'm also taking care of the placement of the management students. And when there are different processes of companies, we can see that students are being rejected for various reasons, right? So we are talking about the skills here. So now companies are relying on virtual interview for hiring decisions. So
right.
What is the advice to the students to focus more during this, virtual kind of interview?
So I think you're 100% right. So even when I hire, for example, software engineers, see what happens is a typical problem that when you get a resume of when I hire experienced people with 4-5 years experience. So when you get a resume, you have a lot of things written on the resume, right? Because let's admit all of us like to make our resumes look very nice. But when you talk to the prospective candidate and you focus on an area or two, often you find that the knowledge is very limited because, especially in technology. So what we have started is that we have started doing online coding tests. So before we have told our recruitment agencies that this is a test. You please administer this test to the people whom CVs you're sending, and only those candidates who pass the test will please send us to us for interviews, because we don't want to interview 50 people to hire one person, right? I would rather interview 5 people to hire one person, right? So similarly, when I mean, in your particular instance, because you're talking about students, not about experienced professionals, I think one of the biggest things is that what we need to tell students is, and that's where that practical experience becomes very important, because everybody is now looking for that. I don't want to ask you what are the 4 P's of marketing by Philip Kotler, right? It's okay, it's important, but how relevant it is to the job, right? So I'm going to ask you questions about what have you done in your 2 years, or what are your experiences. I think that's where that project work, that experiential learning, the awareness of the world around you, it becomes far more important rather than the theoretical knowledge. Because few years back, the questions used to be very, let me test his marketing knowledge. Today, I don't want to test your marketing knowledge. I want to test your experiences, your awareness, right? Through your trick question about your aptitude. So I think that is what is becoming more important, especially when in a, face to face, you don't know whether the guy is wearing guy or girl is wearing a boxers under the table or not. Earlier we used to say the way the person walks into the room, we can judge his personality. Today, there's no way I can judge your personality, right? You know, Earlier if we had a classroom session like today, I would have been wearing a shirt and a trouser and a coat and come to your session. Today I'm wearing a t-shirt because hey, it's okay, it's acceptable. We're all working from home. Why should I take the pains of wearing a shirt and all that, right? So I think the focus is more on your awareness, your experiences, your general knowledge, your aptitude, your confidence, rather than just your core bookish knowledge. So I think that's where if we tweak the curriculum, and I know curriculum changes don't happen overnight, but I think what I would suggest, really, I've been making this point to Mr. Rai also whenever I come there, is that please focus on a lot of diverse experiences. You know, uh, get a guy from your management school to do a project with a guy from your engineering school. Why not? Why should the projects be only be done by two different management guys will do their projects, engineering guys will do their projects? Why can't they combine to do a project tomorrow? So all I'm saying is try some diverse things. Some will work, some will not work. But those who work will create a different art of the possible, right? Otherwise, we always had, like I'll give you an example. When we were in engineering college, we had these great silos: mechanical engineering, electrical, computer science, right? And thou shall not talk to the other person, because we had a hierarchy. Com science guys were the top hierarchy, then electronics, then mechanical, then electrical, and then the civil guys, the most useless guys, right? कि वो तो brick and cement में खेलते रहते हैं सारा दिन, right? But today, if I am making a robo, am I a computer science engineer? Because I need electrical guys, I need mechanical guys for the electromechanical part. I need computer science guys to write the software in it. So if I can't create a cross-functional team, how will I create a robo today? And you pick up any field, Dr. Satpathy, you need people with different skills. So why can't we create that culture right in our education institutes? That why can't a psychology major work with a marketing guy and a techie to create a new project? Why can't they talk to each other? Right? Why do we create silos?
Sir, we have another question from Dr. Smita. She has asked how we should train our students in the fintech space.
Ma'am, see, fintech is a very wide space. Like it's a very, it's a very elastic term. So right from wealth management to traditional banking becoming digital, to credit scoring, everything is now under fintech. Digital payments are fintech, right? Everything is fintech. Now, the way to train, you can't train a student in such a diverse area because there is a lot of depends on what space he wants to get into. So Paytm is also fintech, and Centrum, which is a wealth management company in Gurgaon, is also fintech, right? And you will argue that HDFC Bank is also doing something in fintech, something, and I call it quote unquote something, right? Now, the way we need to train the students or equip the students, I would rather call them equip them, is giving them a strong underpinning of technology. So how does artificial intelligence, how does big data, how does cloud impact the financial services? I think if we can marry these courses, this knowledge, this awareness into the students without them forgetting their core financial concepts, I think that's the way we train them. Because nobody expects a guy coming out of a management school to be a fintech expert. But we do, some people will do expect him to have the awareness. So he can't walk into, he can't aspire to a job in a fintech entity without understanding what AI is, what big data is, how will so that's the way I would train a student. Let's not, overburden the student that I want to make you a fintech expert in a management school, but I will give you the tools that you are aware so that when you join a job, you are not like sitting there like a deer in caught in a headlight when somebody in your firm tells you, this is an AI based algorithm. You shouldn't that time be asking what is AI, what is algorithm. I must know those things. I will not be writing those algorithms. They're far specialized people who do it, but I must know what they are, right? So that's the way I would approach the problem. But also, let's not overburden the students by making them experts in everything while they're in school. They can never become experts. I mean, guys after 10 years never become experts.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay, thank you, sir.
I have a question.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Sir, regarding this engineering students, then if it is in a high online, so the students are facing a lot of problems because they are unable to attend what you can say lab sessions.
Correct.
Then these batches, how the industry is looking after, like how they are going to consider these kind of guys for the next.
Yeah. So my response is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I'm talking a little bit only from a very limited sample size. See, when I went to NIT Kurukshetra as part of the review, I'm on a review committee of NIT Kurukshetra. One thing which shocked me was that after 25, 28 years, the labs look the same. Because when I was a student and when I went there as a gray haired person, the labs are pretty much the same. And so my limited point would be that while lab work is important, I think the industry, the what the students learn in the labs is not as up to date as what is happening in the industry, right? So I think they will learn far more from, to me, a mechanical engineering, knowing enough about software, knowing enough about maybe a little bit about electronics, because today there is no difference between a mechanical engineer is not only going to work on lathes and CAD CAM software. He is going to be working on a very different industry environment. Robotics are going to be part of his life, right? So I think those as building blocks are far more important than the just the lab works. And it is a, you are right, it's a reality that we can't give them the lab experience what we used to give them. But I would question how relevant that lab experience anyway was. So when I was in college, I was in computer science. So my lab work in computer science was such a new area that we just had those 8085 processor coding. But even if I did my other lab work, I did carpentry, I did welding, I did lathe work. Now, how relevant is that even in those days to a mechanical engineering? Carpentry, how relevant was it? But that was the curriculum. So we all did. We took a saw and we could cut pieces of wood and spend 2 hours or 4 hours in the lab and became happy, right? So I think yes, there is a disruption in the lab works, but again, I don't know how relevant maybe in your institute the labs are very nice. I don't know, but at least in NIT Kurukshetra, which is a premier institute in India, I was very shocked to see the labs. And this is across disciplines. I'm not talking about, in fact, the physics labs used to be the best lab. The engineering
Yes.
labs are not very nice.
Yes, I am from Warangal. So
Ah,
NIT Warangal
so
is there. My five works there. So this the same issue is happening. They are
correct,
having all the updated labs, everything. Infrastructure is very nice. But the only
correct,
problem is that the student is not able to take out. Even engineering, IT students also. My
correct,
nephew, for the last 2.5 years of study, he was in the on system, and through he's not no programming skill directly being quoted. So on
correct,
academy, these all things are coming, but they are facing a hardship from the industry. That was a raising question
correct.
from the students for us. Thank
No,
you very much.
you're right. So, like I said, there is no easy answer, but I think the
Yeah.
computer science guys are a little more lucky because they can do a lot of stuff on a laptop, unlike the other engineering disciplines where you need to be physically present in a lab, right? I think the software. So, I think the com science guys are a little bit more blessed that they can do something at the end of a wire. A lot thing they can do at the end of a wire.
Even what Shamali madam was telling, that now even management students for the last 1.5 year we are unable to see them in one-to-one interaction and direct
Correct.
interaction is not possible. We have been telling you join, do, act like in this way, improve your skills in the GD and all. But online GD is a completely different than a physical setup, and we are very worried
Correct.
that now how they are going to face the GD sessions if suddenly what will happen is one company said that you can come to our campus for the recruitment. So these people are completely dismantled themselves, that they are not even trained for on the offline. So to be frank, none of the one got gone through the GD out of the 12 students who attended it. So even management students also the biggest problem we are facing because of the online.
Yeah, no,
So
no,
how
so
to
no, you're right. And I think there is, while we all appreciate digital learning, but classroom has its own advantages because, like I said, my son is in class 12 and he has not attended school for a year and a half now. And I keep on telling him that you must do a Zoom call with your friends in the evening because otherwise, I said, you will lose all social interaction skills because the
exactly?
whole day you are at home, you're just talking to your parents. So in fact, I forced him at times. I said, talk to your friends. You know, don't lose the art of the conversation, right? Because the whole day you can't spend in front of your laptop in classes and then in the evening doing your work and then watching something. So you're right. So I think that is the biggest casualty of COVID, that the youngsters are losing the social interaction skills. I think the only thing, one of the things is that I think you should, all of you should also push back to industries who ask for things like JDs and all. Because at the end of the day, JDs, these group discussions and all are old fangled models. Because a quiet guy always loses out in a GD. Because there's some people who start like like a 100-meter race. They start talking and they don't stop talking.
But to be
So
frank, the fact is that GD has become instead of selection process, it has become a filtering technique. That is a
yes,
problem.
that is, I agree with you. I agree with you. So like I said, so no easy answers. All I can suggest is that now with the situation improving day by day on COVID, I think if we maintain some protocol, students can start coming out. And the other thing is, if your students are in co-located in certain towns, I think you should encourage them to form study groups or social groups where they can at least meet. Like I have started telling my engineers that if most of you are in Bangalore, why don't you go out and have a dinner or a lunch? I said, don't just sit in the front of your laptops the whole day. So I think all of us are trying to somehow get the social interactions happening. Uh, but you're right, COVID has been a huge, I think the worst impact of COVID has been on the social interaction.
Yes, sir. Correctly, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Devojit has one question, sir.
Yeah. Hi, Rajiv sir.
Hi.
Yeah. Rajiv sir, with your current permission, can I add one or two points that you have highlighted here?
No, please, please.
Yeah. So, sir, I am working in an industry actually for last 20 years.
Okay.
And I am also doing my PhD from IIM Ranchi.
Okay.
Yeah. So this FDP was really very helpful. I just, whatever you said, I just wanted to add one point because it resonates with my experience also. So basically what happens, I really love to interact with the students because they give a new millennials and this new generation people, they give a lot of ideas and to do innovations for our corporate also. But the fun part is that when I do the campus recruitment, and rightly you have mentioned it is in Zoom now, so I take the pain to go through the CV of all the candidates. Maybe there are a lot of candidates and around say 20 candidates come to me after all the filtration and the final process comes to me. The one fun part I have seen that in the student, this is one example I'm citing. They have all mentioned as digital marketing and online integration as their extra skills in all the CVs. Initially, the first CV I saw, I got very excited. This guy will know something. Then I glanced the rest of the 15, 16 CVs. So more or less, it was a copy paste. And coming from a very, what do you call, my career started from a very base level actually, and then rose to the corporate ladder during a period of time. I do not reject a person upright. I try to give a lot of space just to understand whether this person, as you have rightly mentioned, because these people will not be an expert at this point of time, which we understand. Then I started asking them a question actually, what do you know about this digital marketing? What is an online integration? So I could able to find there are only two people who could able to answer. And there is one guy who could able to get into API integration or say policy direction, all this in details. And then I was very curious to ask, कि तुम्हारा background क्या है? Which segment you want to join? Because we are hiring for management training. And that person told me, sir, मुझे IT में जाना है. So that is how the thing happened. And the most fun part is that for all our people who are doing placement over here, may I request one point? Whatever the candidate are putting in their CV as their skills, kindly ask them to go through a little bit of knowledge. As Rajdeep sir has mentioned, at least they should be aware what is going on in the market. Otherwise, it's very difficult for an interviewer to actually pass a candidate, even if it's a good candidate for other team. So that is one point I would like to highlight. Whenever they're making their CV, at least they should know what they are writing and how to defend that when they're facing the interview. So that's all I wanted to add, sir.
No, that's a very relevant point. And also, there are times when I also disagree with some of my industry colleagues, because we also need to be a little kind and, about our students when we interview them. Because you see, a student, end of the day, is nervous. So they will put some jargon in their CVs, right? Because it's a human nature. Rather than trying to be, overtly critical and harsh on what he's written in the CV, my approach when I used to do campus recruitment in my earlier firm always used to be just look at the aptitude, just look at the, the general knowledge, because ultimately, like I said, my old firm was very strong on training and skilling. So that's TCS, and we will train you. So don't worry about that. So so I would just I agree with you that, but all of us also, when we hire from the campuses, also need to be a little bit more lack of better word, I would say large-hearted, rather
Right,
than
sir.
trying to be very finicky and particular and harsh on the youngster. Because at the end of the day, what is he doing? He's just trying to, nobody has told him any better. So he's just
Yes.
putting some jargon which he thinks is very relevant, right? Whereas, so that's the way I would do. I mean, if the person has the right attitude, aptitude, I think anybody can do wonders with that person.
Right, sir.
I mean, in fact, when I recently hired a software engineer, and my HR guy told me that his communication skills are not very good. I said, I don't know. I'm not asking him to speak in public. Now I'm asking him to write some software code. So as long as he can write great code, I don't want him to talk to anybody. So he said, nobody in Deloitte, we only hire people with great communication skill. I said, okay, I'm changing the rules now. I've changed the rule today. That's okay. So the HR guys were upset with me, but I said, that's okay. You be upset now. I'm getting a great engineer. So I think we need to make sure that we look for the right horses for courses rather than just having this, kind of a idealistic approach that, if I'm hiring a marketing guy, he needs to know everything about marketing. Never
Right.
works.
Sir, it resonated with my HR. He told me कि अरे 5 minute interview करके छोड़ दे. What is this? Yeah, this is a new guy who is coming first time for a job interview and he has a lot of dreams and aspiration. Okay, so I cannot do a 5 minute interview and then like a typical professional, I can say, okay, we'll get back to you. I have to spend at least 20 minutes, 15 minutes to understand the person. And as you have rightly said, sir, we actually look into that aspect. If we can pull in the candidate and then definitely if the candidate is good and has an aptitude, so that can be learned. Everything. Even I started like that. I didn't know all these things. So when they come out with a jargon like AIML, so I first asked him, "ये किसका मतलब क्या है? मतलब समझाओ मुझे पहले." You put it in the CV, right? Because this is a recent trend now. Industry 4.0, AIML. And if you know that, then tell me. Else I go back to the key. Which are the subject you are confident at in your college level? Tell me. I will ask question on that subject, or what exactly you wanted to do. So that comfort we have to give. Otherwise, it is a very difficult. If I go from a typical HR point of view, तब तो मैं किसी को मतलब I am not able to hire anyone.
No, you're right. And the other thing which I think again this is industry fault. We need to also train the people who come for campus recruitment that you are not hiring experienced people, you are hiring freshers, right? So don't expect them to know everything, right? And for me, the ideal interview is the art of the conversation. In fact, when I used to come to management institutes, I used to just talk to them about what's happening around us. I said, it doesn't matter to me whether you know marketing or finance. I don't know marketing and finance. I'm a techie. So I would just like if I'm interviewing today, I mean, I don't do it now, but if I interview today a management graduate, I would ask him about the asset monetization. I would ask him about Brexit. I would ask him about, some of the recent things happening around us in the world, just to check the awareness of the person, the interest of the person. Rest is okay. Rest he or she will learn once he joins.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, we have another question from Prachi Antara. She is a student of IILM Graduate School of Management and recently she has joined in a recruitment profile. Yes.
Okay.
Very good afternoon, sir and ma'am.
Hi.
Hi, sir. So, sir, my question is like, can you please throw a light on how to get more idea about an individual's behavior in a virtual mode of interview? Like, I have joined as a fresher and this is my first job. So, sometime I feel that I am not able to understand or connect with the person in a better way in this virtual mode. So, please throw some light on that.
See, virtual has its limitations. I agree with you. I mean, otherwise, when we're in a face-to-face interaction, the way the person walks into the room, the way the person sits, the way the person, he or she does he have yesterday's food stains on his jacket. I mean, all those things we can't figure out today, right? So that limitations are there. But just imagine if you're talking to somebody and, if you're talking to me and I start looking the other side, checking my phone, looking at my watch, I'm distracted. I'm not paying attention to you, right? The way we talk to each other, you and I are having a conversation. But if I'm sitting there with a stern face, frowning, that gives you one more indication of my personality, right? Otherwise, are we smiling? Are we talking to each other like two people you and I have never met in my lives, right? But we are talking, we are just conversing, right? So I think these are little things you can spot. Everybody has his own ways of judging people because none of us has the same framework, right? You may like to judge people on a different parameter. I may like to judge people. For me, the very fact somebody says good morning in the morning to me on a call is the biggest sign that the person is at least he has some social skills. Otherwise, the many times in my work life, calls start, people don't even say how are you, whereas on the other hand, I know people who will start the conversation by saying how's your family, how was your weekend, right? So these are the things which like, but it depends on your frame of reference. You may say he's wasting my time. A person like me might say, hey, he's caring. He's empathetic towards me. He's asking me. He may not mean it, but at least he has the courtesy to ask me. Right? So everybody has his frames of reference, Prachi, and you have to figure out your own frame of reference based on what what your personality is. Right? You and I are talking now. If I was talking to you and you start looking down at your phone or start typing an email, then I'll say, boss, she's not interested. No? She's distracted. So I will switch off mentally. So it depends. I think these are little things you can spot. Otherwise, how do you? There's nothing else. Or somebody screaming in the back. Like I know, at times we don't have the luxury that you're sitting in a closed room and people in your house, people are walking. But if every time you are on a call and somebody is walking, screaming in your house, then you will say, boss, this is not very professional. So little things, Prachi, no easy answers, but little things you can spot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insight.
And I think a smile is the best solution to a lot of things.
Yes. Ma'am, you're on mute. I think we don't have any other questions. Thank you so much, sir, for throwing a light on skill gap analysis between the educational institutes and the B schools, universities, and the industry demand. This gave an idea on how we should be enhancing the employability in all sectors, focusing on various skills. Basically, we were talking about the online etiquettes and skills related to how the students should prepare themselves for placement. You also highlighted how increased globalization and misbalance between the domestic and overseas market require the management graduates to be familiar with different concept, experience, knowledge with the global in nature. Thank you so much, sir, for being here out of your busy schedule. We are delighted that you came to our session, and the session was really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Satpathy. Bye-bye. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. So our next session is at 2:30. So please join the meeting at 2:25 p.m. today. Now we have the lunch break. Thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the third session of the day. And the session is on evolving strategies for realigning management education during COVID-19 and beyond. The aim of this session is to shed light on various consequences this pandemic has on educational communities in the short and medium term, and to offer key recommendations and strategies on how to manage these consequences in the best possible manner, drawing attention to opportunities for learning and innovation in the post-pandemic education system. Dear participants, we are delighted that we have Professor Jairaj Singh Jadeja with us today, who has earned his acknowledgement as a teacher of the most difficult concepts of management philosophy. Professor Jadeja is Honorable Vice Chancellor at Kranti Guru Shyamji Krishna Verma, Kutch University, Gujarat, and the Professor of Marketing. Having nearly 39 years of experience in administrative and academics, Professor Jadeja is committed. He is a committed academician with a great sense of professionalism and in administration, and is a versatile teacher of management. He has been felicitated by Honorable Educational Minister Shri Bhupendra Singh Ji of Gujarat State
for the Society for Creation of Opportunity Through Proficiency in English, and has also received an award for the Best Professor of Marketing by ET, now in National Education Leadership Awards. Apart from that, there is a several awards such as Outstanding Faculty of Management, an award during the 8th Vibrant 2013 VCCI Mega Industrial Exhibition held at Vadodara. So Professor Jadeja has authored one book titled Approaches of Corporate Social Responsibility of Selected Industrial Houses of Gujarat, and has published more than 65 research papers in various journals of high repute. He has 9+ PhDs, and more than 9 students have done PhD under him, and 6 are in the process. So dear participants, please give a warm welcome to Professor Jadeja. Sir, I request you to take over the session. Before that, Ava ma'am, would you like to say some lines on that? Sir is with us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir, and heartiest welcome, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to our training session on digital space. We are really honored by your presence and motivated and encouraged to learn more, because people of your stature, I know how much of responsibility this pandemic world has doubled the responsibility due to digital space. We all have to be available everywhere. But I'm so thankful on behalf of IILM Institute and faculty fraternity. We are really thankful for your valuable time and a kind of versatile professor you are in your field. I think we will be benefited from your talk, and will be a lot of key takeaways to imbibe in our teaching and for our student benefit. So once again, on behalf of IILM and all participants, I heartily welcome you for this training program. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Shall I? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Professor Shamli has given a tremendous responsibility on my part, and I have to live to expectation of you all. I don't know whether I will be able to do so, but I have tried to make a presentation on, as the topic said, evolving the strategies for realigning management education during COVID-19 in India. What I will do is that before I go for the topic, I would like to say that how the evolution of Indian management education has taken place. So, I will start with that. This will explain you everything about what I would like to speak. I'm trying to play a video. Yeah. Visible. Okay. Is it visible? Shyamli, this is
It is visible but not audible as of now. It is visible.
It's visible, but pictures are dark, sir. Can you brighten it? तो bright कर सकते हैं तो dark आ रहा है.
We can't.
हाँ मैडम, clear visible है.
It is visible only the voice quality.
अरे उड़ के थोड़ी लाएंगे. अरे आप मास्टर जी इतनी जल्दी कैसे आ गए?
बच्चे घर में हैं.
बच्चे तो
करके बुलाओ.
क्यों?
अरे बाहर का माहौल ठीक नहीं है बिल्कुल.
जी. और आप चल रहे हैं ना कल? हाँ चलूंगी.
नहीं, कल कोई घर से बाहर नहीं निकलेगा.
मगर मम्मी भी तो जा रही है साथ में.
जनता कर्फ्यू लगा है, पता नहीं है? नमस्ते। मैडम ये ऑनलाइन क्लास कैसे करेंगे? हाँ, बच्चों का नुकसान नहीं होगा। ऑनलाइन क्लास गुड़िया चौक डस्टर और चौक।
पापा रुक जाओ।
ये क्या
ये क्यों? इसी पे तो वीडियो कॉल होगी आपकी। पहले आप मेरी बात सुनोगे?
सुना सुना।
अब सुनो। पापा ये कैमरा है तो कैमरा इतना करीब मत जाओ, इधर ही रहना। देखो आपको आवाज इधर से बढ़ जाएगी, इधर से कम हो जाएगी, ठीक है?
बेटा इतनी जल्दी जल्दी बताएगी तो मैं सीखूंगा कैसे? यहाँ पे तो हाँ गुड मॉर्निंग। हाँ सब लोग कहाँ हैं? ये जो हमारे पौधे क्या सर कट रहा है, सर कट रहा है गुड़िया, दिख नहीं रहा हूँ, ये देखो। तो ऐसा करते हैं आज हम इतना ही करेंगे। क्लास बंद कैसे करें? ताली जी। प्रिंसिपल मैडम गुड इवनिंग। मैडम मैं ये कह रहा था कि मेरे बहुत सारे लीव्स पड़े हैं और मेरे रिटायरमेंट का समय नजदीक आ रहा है, तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि वो पीएल इस्तेमाल कर लूं। जी क्या? अच्छा ठीक है, नहीं जैसा आप उचित समझे मैडम। विभिन्न प्रकार के कार्बोहाइड्रेट बनाते हैं। सर आवाज नहीं आ रही, समझ आया?
पापा म्यूट पर हुआ।
घूम गयो बाएं के बाएं इधर किडनी है, किडनी। घूम गयो रे, घूम गयो रे। गुड़िया बेटा ये घूम गयो रे। गुम गयो रे, गुम गयो रे। अच्छा ये ले चौक ले, वो ब्लैक बोर्ड पे लिख के दिखा। हाँ पांडे जी, हाँ भाई आप तो टाइम से रिटायर हो गए। चलिए अच्छा है, सही है। अरे वाह,
लॉकडाउन खत्म हो गया मास्टर जी, अब तो थोड़ा मुस्कुरा दीजिए।
अब फिर स्कूल जाओ, पनिशमेंट खाओ।
समोसा खाएंगे?
हाँ।
अच्छा पापा के लिए पड़ी है केसर? किसका है?
अरे वो प्रिंसिपल मैडम का है।
खुशी तो देखिए।
खीर कैसी बनी है? अच्छी बनी है ना?
अभी 6 महीने और चलेगी ऑनलाइन क्लास। घूम गयो रे।
प्रणाम त्यागी सर। सर विजय बोल रहा हूँ, विजय मिश्रा, पहचाने?
विजय मिश्रा।
सर 2005 का बैच, वो आनंदो और ब्रिजेश वाला।
अच्छा विजय, हाँ बताओ।
डॉक्टर विजय मिश्रा सर। सर आपकी वजह से जब सबने कहा हमसे नहीं होगा, माँ बाबूजी प्रिंसिपल मैडम दोस्त, तब सिर्फ आपने भरोसा किया सर, आपने हिम्मत बढ़ाई। मैंने बायोलॉजी लिया आपकी वजह से, मैं डॉक्टर बना सिर्फ आपकी वजह से। सर आज फ्रंट लाइन पे देश के लिए इस महामारी से लड़ रहा हूं क्योंकि कभी आप लड़े थे मेरे लिए। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच। सर क्या सर?
हेलो। अच्छा है बेटा, खूब तरक्की करो।
मेरे जैसे बच्चों का नुकसान ना हो।
हाँ
सर इसके लिए एक बात बोलूं, अब रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी पढ़ाना मत छोड़िएगा।
अखियों के ताले नहीं छोड़ेंगे बेटा।
पेशेंट कॉल है सर, चलता हूँ। प्रणाम सर।
नमस्ते। अखियों के ताले, अखियों के ताले खोल गयो रे। मैं सोती थी अपने महल में, मैं सोती थी अपने महल में, अखियों के ताले खोल गयो रे। अखियों के ताले खोल गयो रे।
जब स्कूल ऑनलाइन हो गए तो हमारे टीचर्स फिर से स्टूडेंट्स बन गए हमारे लिए। कुछ नया सीखा, कुछ दोबारा सीखा, सिर्फ इसलिए कि हम सीखते रहें। थैंक यू टीचर्स, इंडिया और बायजूस की तरफ से हैप्पी टीचर्स डे।
So it says all. What did you?
One moment comes, which comes but rarely in history.
What did you? So I also have almost retired. I mean, before I joined this university as a vice chancellor, and I am not a techno-savvy person, but sikhate raho. You go on teaching and teaching and teaching for the benefit of the students. So, I mean, this is what was the pre-COVID scenario, and all of the sudden you have to adapt to a new situation, and you are adopting. And so I would like to say that there is a technological evolution also, there is a student evolution also, there is a teacher evolution also, and what you call is the curriculum evolution also. I would like to, start with something on very briefly on evolution of Indian management education. So, if you look at the Indian management education, the system in India, it dates back centuries back, where the children were taught in Gurukuls, Parishads, and Sammelan. So Gurukuls were the residential schools, and the students had to live there during the stay of their education it embarked the Guru Shishya tradition in education. And if you are reminded of, and everybody knows about it, where the Sandipani Rishi's ashram, you had the Lord Krishna and you had the Sudama. They studied there. Dronacharya and the Kauravas and Pandavas, they studied in Gurukul. So there are n number of examples where you will find the Gurukuls. There is another concept, they call it as a parishads. They were the educational institutions just like colleges of the modern world, where different subjects teachers used to teach. Sammelans was the place where the scholars gathered at one place for learned discussion and competitions, generally on the invitation of the king, and they were appropriately rewarded too. The Indian education system evolved in a sophisticated and scientific manner with the establishment of the universities such as Takshashila, Nalanda, so on and so forth. If you again look at one of the ancient advisors, that is, I'm talking about none other than the King Chandragupta Maurya, and he had the Kautilya, and he was the, what you call is the, he professed economics, and till today his principles are working, and people are learning how he applied those principles. Ancient Hindu scriptures like what you call is the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Bhagavad Gita, they are all widely used as a reference to teach management principles and thoughts. How management principles and Bhagavad Gita. And this calls for one more session on this. That how the management principles are evolved into these granths, the scriptures. In independent India, in the year 61, a small initiative with a bigger impact was taken by the government of India when Indian Institute of Management, IIM Calcutta, and IIM Ahmedabad, they were established as a pioneer institutions for management education. India's first business school, that is Commercial School of Pachiyappa Charities, was established in 1886 in the southern city of Chennai, now Madras, then Madras, and now it is Chennai. With India opening its economic turf to LPG, that is popularly known as liberalization, globalization, and privatization, none other than the finance minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. He was a finance minister, and P. Chidambaram was the commerce minister, and the prime minister was Narasimha Rao. They saw a very significant change in management education, which became one of the most sought after courses in the higher education sector. Between 1990 and 2010, All India Council for Technical Education permitted private sector to set up a large number of institutions providing management education. In current times, in 2019 to 2020, there are 3,070 institutions available, with the total intake in this year is 3,73,456 students. If you look at the evolution of Indian management education, the present structure of Indian management education is divided into 6 categories as follows. Indian Institute of Management, set up by the Government of India. University Departments of Management Studies, that is what I had a faculty at the MS Institute Baroda. Before I joined here, I was the Dean Faculty of Management, and we had a department, distance and correspondence, and part-time courses as well. The third category is colleges and institutes. They are affiliated to universities. private or government institutes approved by AICTE, private institution or colleges with no affiliation by any university or AICTE, private colleges or institutes offering Master of Business Administration, that is popularly known as MBA, in India in collaboration with the foreign universities. So now, I mean, the film that you had seen, and in some of the IIMs, I had the opportunity to stay on campus at IIM Ahmedabad for 1 full year. And what I saw is like this. And mostly before COVID, this situation was existing. Say, for example, number one, it was mandatory for students of a regular programs to reside on campus. The belief was that the successful learning requires students to immerse in the ambience of an educational institution. The second situation is the research students and faculty members. Most of the library resources, including soft copies of journal papers and data sets, were accessible only through the institute's local network, and that I have undergone all these things. Number three, all the third-party vendors who supplied software, example, Atlas, TI, NVivo, etc., and databases, for example, Clarivate, were very cautious of pilferage and insisted that the availability of their content should only be restricted to institutes' own computers and network. Discipline among students in terms of a class timing was very much required. A few institutes also insisted on the presence of faculty members in their respective offices for a certain duration of the office hours. Most of the documentation and process flows were manual, and all the bills and payouts, such as the honorarium and reimbursements, were based on physical or signed copies of the inter-office memos. Platforms such as the Zoom were unheard of. Shyamliji said that you go on a Zoom, but fortunately now it is available here. So it was unheard of. To provide equal opportunities to the students from economically weaker sections, the institutes had a well-established policy of waiving of fees, full or partial, depending on the merit of a student, and at times to disburse the scholarships. I had an occasion that I was undergoing a project on strategic marketing planning process at Gujarat Gas Company Limited, and I underwent a lot of expenditure. And none other than the director of the Indian Institute of Management, Professor Khandwala, he was teaching us the management principles and the principles of creativity. I just softly said, because to talk to a director, still today, it is happening right now. But then I very softly, with a fear that, dear sir, can I have some kind of a fellowship or scholarship so that I can meet the expenditures? So he said that you come to my office and I will do the needful. So this was the situation. Now, I mean, you look at impact of COVID on the practices and the policies. As you saw in the movie, all of the sudden, the college professor who is on the verge of retirement, he was told that you have to take the classes online, and that happened to me also while I was doing myself. So I was grappling for all this. All of a sudden, institutes are insisting on the students attending the classes from their respective residences. Actually, now a student requires special permission to reside on campus premises. But with the fall in the infection rate, the last part is slowly being diluted. But even then, they attend classes only online. For research students and faculty members, most of the library resources, including soft copies of journal papers and data sets, are now. I think somebody is not muted. I request everybody to mute yourself. Please switch off your mics. Remote access the credentials. All the third-party vendors who supplied softwares, example Atlas, TI, NVO, and databases, example Clarivate, have now come up with the workarounds that allow availability from student or faculty residences. While discipline among students in terms of a class timings, class participation.
Please, I'm doing this, sir.
మీ సర్వీస్ జీరో పెడతా ఉన్నా కానీ వాడు ఒప్పుకోడు లేదా నువ్వు పంపిరా బాబు మేము పెడతా ఉంటాం దానికి మేము
of we professors are implementing the discipline ourselves. If we professors, teachers, if we cannot follow this,
మాస్టర్ ఏం విశేషాలు
ma'am, stop the person.
Yeah, I'm doing, sir. I'm doing.
See, I mean, sir, in a professor's mind, there is a flow of thoughts that going on, and these are the little disturbances that will mar the presentation. Okay. Most of these now is from residences and be available on phone and internet at all times. Most of the documentation and process flows are now based on soft copies and have been automated. Platforms such as Zoom are now a daily affair. To enable smooth conduct of classes, some institutes have engaged third-party services such as the Talent Sprint. Some of the institutes have invested in smart classrooms that would contain additional digital boards, high-resolution cameras and microphones, well-designed acoustics, to name a few. The institutes have also started taking baby steps towards building asynchronous learning modules that may eventually be monetized. The students who belong to economically weaker sections of the society are most impacted, as the aid of fee waiver is no longer sufficient for equity. To attend classes, they now need high configuration computers and high-speed internet, both being essential for platforms like Zoom to operate. The institutes are now ruminating on ways to reduce the disparity. COVID impact on management studies. So major changes likely to be after COVID. Course delivery will transform. As I said, there is an evolution in the course. Virtual learning will not take over completely F to F teaching, but going forward there would be major role of virtual learning in management institutions. Teachers will have to transform to deliver content online and innovative ways of a distance education. International students will be reduced due to the travel restrictions. International students will decline in many good institutes. On the other hand, student exchange would be easy as online teaching will find its place. Curricula will be revamped. Demand of the courses on supply chain management for managing drug supply scarcity, diversified sourcing will increase. Institute may start offering specialization courses in fields like pandemic management, health management, and crisis management. Today only I talked to the dean of the medicine faculty of the KSKV Kutch University, and I said that let us start about the healthcare management course and crisis management course and certification courses. On 1 or 2 years, this will on rise, or this will increase. If you look at the SWOT analysis, of a face-to-face teaching and online learning during COVID-19, I will touch upon only a few points because my presentation is a little longer. Strengths, independent learning, better student engagement. They are connected both in and out of the class. Meaningful use of study material, instant results and feedback, and adjustable timings. While if you look at the weaknesses, dependence on internet connectivity, expensive resources, incompatibility of hardware and software, stressful when time-limited assignments are given. If you look at the online learning during, the strengths are what is the learning opportunities that suffice the need of students. Process and transfer of information is digitally and safe. Reduce the feeling of students leading behind. More flexible, more fluid. If you look at the threats, the background noise, I had to say something on background noise. Connectivity issues, attention span, cluttered space. Because in a KSKV Kutch University, we are one of the largest or the second largest district in Asia. And we had the different kinds of problem. When we started online classes, there were the issue of the connectivity. There were the students, they do not have even the mobile. So, I mean, there's a hell lot of the problems. So, attention span and the cluttered space. So, what is the need of the hour? Give a rice ball to a man and you will feed him for a day. Teach him how to grow a rice and you will save his life. This was none other than Confucius, the famous Chinese philosopher, he said. So he has emphasized on making people learn. So we as a management institution, we must emphasize on making our students in our tutelage to learn something. In this difficult time, organizations want people to be productive as soon as they are appointed for a job. Organizations don't want to give extended training period. So now it is responsibility of a management institute to enhance practical skill sets of the students instead of only giving them the theoretical knowledge. To achieve this, we must have to rethink on the course content, courses offered, and the pedagogical tools. Few days back only that I have instructed my registrars up to call the meetings of all the board of studies that comes under the purview of the Kutch University to organize their board of studies meeting and introduce the new courses. And that is what the new education policy, national education policy, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi says about the holistic development of the students. So new tools for delivery of content. First such tool, a voice thread, is a collaborative multimedia slideshow that holds images, documents, and videos and allows people to navigate slides and leave comments in 5 ways: using voice with a mic or telephone, text, audio file, or video, that is via webcam. I am going to play a video. Not play.
A VoiceThread is a media player that has a highly interactive discussion space built right within it. Teachers or students upload pictures, videos, presentations, or documents into this online collection that looks and feels like a slideshow, but it's what comes next that's most important. After the media is added, teachers and students will record comments about it, presenting their work, asking questions and answering them, critiquing each other's ideas, and engaging in an ongoing conversation. The skills that students will develop using VoiceThread are exactly the skills now widely accepted as critical to successful learning, working, and frankly, just plain living in the 21st century. One of the least known and most interesting facts about VoiceThread is its diversity of uses, from recording kindergartners' narrative storytelling all the way through postgraduate studies in business and medical schools. It's the very same tool used in hundreds of different ways to great effect. So after taking a look at this video, head on over to voicethread.com/research to see all the third-party research that's been conducted on VoiceThread's impact on teaching and learning.
Okay. Next. Next slide. There is another tool. You call it is a fishbowl. So fishbowl is a social app for the professionals that helps you connect and have a relevant conversations with the others across your industry and company. And that is applicable to us also, because of we are going to have what is the group discussions. You can join different bowls, that is whatever is the professional groups, with others from the same professional background as yourself to get real advice, share work stories, and network. So let us say that this is the website https www.fishball.app.com. You may refer to that. Another important tool, that is what is popularly known as the AI. So artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of the human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. The term may also be applied to any machine that exhibits traits associated with a human mind, such as learning and problem solving. Can we run? I'm running a video.
What does AI mean for business leaders and for business managers?
I have to leave. They will not allow me to go.
How can it be converted into value and opportunity? So you've heard about AI technology, and you're probably wondering, what exactly is it? How does it work? How can it benefit your business? How can I get started with it? If you're having these questions in mind, hold on. We're going to uncover the mystery in the next couple of minutes. So let's get started with understanding what exactly is AI technology. We, humans, can create wonders because we have intelligence, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. What if your computer can do the same? AI technology enables machines to exhibit intelligent behavior to do complex tasks, such as observing.
Sir, we are not able to see the video. We can.
In the digital world, all information is represented in a binary format. That means, for example, this photo you're seeing is processed by a computer as a bunch of zeros.
The video is not.
As each byte
is not there.
Is zero.
Yeah. We are not able to see the video, sir. Only the audio is there. Yeah, now it is visible. Yes.
So you have heard about AI technology, and you're probably wondering, what exactly is it? How does it work? How can it benefit your business? How can I get started with it? If you're having these questions in mind, hold on. We're going to uncover the mystery in the next couple of minutes. So let's get started with understanding what exactly is AI technology. We, humans, can create wonders because we have intelligence, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. What if your computer can do the same? AI technology enables machines to exhibit intelligent behavior to do complex tasks, such as observing, learning, planning, and making decisions for problem solving. In the digital world, all information is represented in a binary format. That means, for example, this photo you're seeing is processed by a computer as a bunch of zeros and ones. As each byte of data is represented in zeros and ones, the computer by itself doesn't understand what the data means or represents. And that's why we have to always give instructions to a computer to get an output. AI technology enables machines to understand the contents of data and perform actions as we please. Knowingly or unknowingly, you're already interacting with AI technology in your day-to-day life. For example, you talk to your friend about buying a new car, and suddenly you see ads related to car sales all over the internet. That's the play of AI technology. Your email provider detects spam emails. You receive personalized music recommendations, see offers on shopping sites, etc., through carefully crafted AI algorithms. So how does it work? By training a machine using AI algorithms and a lot of data, machines can understand the data it processes and take actions based on it. For example,
Okay, there is one more. Another tool that we use is that is, you call it is a bionics. So bionics or inspired engineering is based on the fact that the nature has already solved many of the problems we deal with every day. Nature solutions were optimized over millions of years by evolution in terms of energy efficiency, lightweight construction, function integration, etc. Engineers all over the world learn from and they are inspired by nature. I'm reminded of an incident where our very honorable and beloved President of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, and he said that from where you have developed an interest into this space technology and everything. I mean, he said that my teacher, he said that if you would like to know how the birds they fly, you go to the pond or you go to the river, and then you see how the birds are flying, and from there, he said that I got the idea, and then I went into aeronautics and everything. So same concept can be applied in management education as well, where concepts of management are studied from nature. National education policy, because the future of management belongs to now the NEP. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has launched the Academic Bank of Credit on 29th as the part of the 1 year of the national education policy. So the ABC has been set up by the University Grants Commission, in which the students will be given the multiple entries and exit option, and it is the online virtual space provided to the students to deposit and accumulate the credits they earn during their course offered by the Indian University, and that includes we management institutions also. So say for example, I would like to leave my studies in between for whatever reason. So I will deposit that credit to that bank, and then when I restart the study, I can get back the credit. It also talks about the holistic approach of teaching. Holistic education is a comprehensive approach to teaching where educators seek to address the emotional, social, ethical, and academic needs of the students in an integrated learning format. Teachers often engage students in projects that apply critical thinking skills towards solving the real world problems. So, holistic education instills curiosity and develop better communication and social skills. Says students have multiple choice based, that is we popularly we call it as a CBCS, choice based education system. They can choose arts, science, commerce subjects based on their choice and their requirement. I will go very quickly through these slides. New way of teaching, say conference app. It is very effective for one-to-one conversations. Students can share their views and teachers can explain better. Radio, you have the television channels like Diksha. Television channels for education is cheaper and easily accessible mode. However, limitation of to and fro communication is major. Online audio video, easily accessible tool having the feature of to and fro communication. Only challenge is managing resources like good internet connectivity and instruments like laptop, desktop, smartphones, etc. New way teaching, if I do not refer to the cloud-based system, because this is also a in thing, and it is the future. There are many good cloud-based resources available nowadays, which may help management students to learn well in virtual environment. Knowledge matters. Cloud-based virtual business, online interactive game-like business simulation technology to teach students key business lessons. You have Coursera is available, most widely used education platform. Many technology and management related courses are available there. Microsoft Education Center, Blackboard, it provides education, mobile, communication, and commerce software and related services to client. You can refer the website, that is the www.computer.org /publication, tech news, etc. Benefits of cloud technology in modern education, if you look at, it is what is the improved administration, preparing online tests, create better content, and communicate with the students would be very easy. Access to information, huge material is available online, no need to depend on local knowledge. All detailed videos and audios are easily accessible. No need for expensive hardware and software. Users not supposed to keep costly software and high capacity system. Everything is available on the cloud and can be used as per the requirement. There are challenges. You call it the style of learning and cultural challenge. E-learning style is something new for the students and they are not habituated with this. No, I will go to the extent that it is not only difficult to the students, it is difficult to the professors like me, because we are almost at the back end of our career and now we cannot learn the modern technology, but we are trying to adapt it. But then if you would like to move ahead, then you have to learn. There is no option. E-learning also includes some amount of self-learning, which is sometimes not acceptable by one class of students. There are some technological challenges. Availability of the basic resources is the key challenge. Even today, there are many households without internet connectivity. Many platforms are free, but they are allowing only limited usage of the duration or in terms of the number of attendees. Example, Google products, Zoom meeting platforms. Many institutes cannot afford costly technology, even if it is very useful. Selection of a pedagogical e-learning challenge. There are many free or paid tools available in the market. However, which is most comfortable for the students is another question to be considered. On the other hand, students are not well equipped with all advanced technological tools due to financial limitations. There might be some other limitations also. Technical training challenges. To know the proper usage of all the technology is a key challenge for both teachers and students. Also use the tools involves some of the personality characteristics which are varying from person to person. If you look at the opportunities, concept of a hybrid classroom, mix of online and offline education would be possible post-COVID. This will help to open new opportunities for education. As I said, mix, that is a blended mode. The role of a teacher will become more important. Quality of teaching content will improve as online material will be used along with the books. Time and place will be no longer a limitation for the teaching. More number of students will get enrolled. That is what the Honorable Prime Minister is saying, that you increase your GER, gross enrollment ratio. And that is the main feature of the national education policy. Interaction with industry experts and subject experts will be very easy, fast and cheaper. This would add value to management education. See, while the online classes were there and this very torrid time was there, in a Kutch University, we conducted so many webinars, more than 60 webinars or something, and from where we called the experts from Canada, Germany, US, something. It's very easy. But if you are thinking about the offline, to call them, it's very difficult and very costly affair. Reporting, updates of industrial projects would be easy for the students. Good Indian MBA institutes are in demand for COVID-19. Why? Many candidates who were planning to do MBA abroad, now there is a scope to learn in India. So search for good institutions in India. Global partners, collaborative learning is possible. So everything is available in India now. COVID has impacted world's economy and job prospects are also impacted. Program fees, travel cost, other costs, and ROI is now under question. Many Indian institutes have tie-up with international institutes and started offering degrees at a competitive price. So national education policy invited very good business schools across the world in India for opening of branches in India. Future of MBA in India post-COVID. The opportunity cost of not working is lower now. Due to COVID-19, many industries are reducing costs by not hiring new workforce or laying off existing workforce to some extent. So instead of choosing to work, one may go for further education. MBA program will continue to develop future-ready managers. During pandemic, everyone has seen how different industries are affected due to COVID. Many institutes are already offering subjects in data, technology, and innovation. Many institutes will start offering the change management, pandemic management type of courses. Some of the new, this is an illustrative list, but some of the new courses, like you have the healthcare management. I just talked to my dean of medicine. Let us start the healthcare management course, and he readily agreed. So he will call up upon his board of studies and will start healthcare management at KSKV Kutch University. Pandemic management, that is also his forte. Consumer rights awareness, scrap management. See, the scrap policy is declared, and in this, in Gujarat, we have two major ports. That is, you call this the Alang and Kandla shipping hub. They are the shipping hubs. So there are a lot of ships that are going to be broken, and you have to learn the scrap management. And also there is a policy of an automobile for more than 15 years of automobile, you have to compulsorily scrap them. So there is a huge scope for the courses like a scrap management. Alang is in Saurashtra, and Kandla is where I have a university in Kutch, Bhuj, Kutch, near. There is a scope of the project management. What do you think? When you are thinking about the ship breaking or ship building, there is a huge scope of the project management. Supply chain management courses, ports management, logistics management, carrying and forwarding agents management, shipping management, hospital administration management, because the COVID has taken a very heavy toll in a, what you can say in a popular Hindi, second laher. So in which the second wave, it was a torrid time in India. But because of the very good management by the government of India and government of Gujarat and respective states governments, we could get over the situation. Startup ecosystem. I tell you that from 2020 to 2030, this 10 years, it is going to belong to the entrepreneurship. The government of Gujarat has started with student startup innovation policy for the startup, because the Honorable Education Minister Bhupendra Singh Chudasama and our Chief Minister of Gujarat, Honorable Vijay Rupani ji, they were thinking about that why you should be seeking the job rather than you should be providing the job. So rather you become the job seeker, you become the job provider. So the government of Gujarat, on a very, very huge scale in all the universities across Gujarat, they have come up with this policy, and they have the huge funds available so that the students are motivated to become the entrepreneurs. Like we have the Mudra port, where Gautam Adani has a port. So he himself he used to go on a motorbike, and then he was dreaming that I should have a port one day. So I mean, it's like that. So startup ecosystem and entrepreneur courses on entrepreneurship, because this decade is going to belong to the entrepreneurs. Future of MBA in India looks bright. NEP announced in 2020 will have a big impact on Indian management institutes. Policy will liberalize this sector and invite 100 top foreign universities to set up campuses in India. This will create competitive environment. Business schools in India will have greater autonomy in developing their academic experiences, and the focus will be on providing more practical and skill-based learning to the students, thereby ensuring that the MBA graduates are properly equipped to thrive upon joining the industry. Institutes like IGNOU, Baba Sahib Ambedkar Open University, Indian Institute of Management and Training, Sikkim Manipal Institute will face a very tough competition from other business schools like us, like what IILM is all, and the others, because of the online courses that the business schools they are offering, or they will offer. I think I should, if time permits, I will come back to this. Slide number 40.
Yes, sir. We have time.
Because there are the strategies I would like to focus on. There are some 10 strategies. If time permits, remind me, Shamli ji, to talk about this. And these are very lovely strategies that is going to be useful, like the management institutions like us.
Okay, sir. Fine.
Student evolution, new work norms, inculcating soft skills to be successful as virtual manager. Like management institutions will have to equip their students for a long-term career and preparing them for placement job market. So in future also, if we start online and offline both, but the ultimate aim of the student who joins our institution is to get a good job. So dynamic work culture calls for radical changes in the pedagogy and content. I have shown some of the tools with which we can teach. Global exposure. This will help the management professionals towards successful international career. Study abroad or international exchange program is avenue for management students to gain exposure to the multicultural international settings. Business schools, they are pure to teach skills for post-COVID world. That is, we live in a different world than we did 6 months ago. The movie I started with, it was altogether a different world for the typical a teacher of the science of our chemistry. And all of a sudden, the technology said that you adapt. Busy retooling their curriculum to adapt to new virtual or hybrid setting and updating the content to prepare students for post-COVID world. Business schools are changing their coursework in real time. They will have to. There are no option. If you do not do this, somebody else will do it. It is a fierce world of a competition. I am reminded of a story where the two friends were traveling through the jungle, and all of a sudden one of the friend, he started tying up his shoes, and the other fellow said that, why do you do so? They look, there is a tiger behind us. The only thing is that the person who is faster, he will not be caught by the tiger, and who is the slow, he will be caught by the tiger. So this is the story of the competition. The person who is facile, who is resilient, will win. So this is a competitive world, and you will have to change, updating the material. What is happening now? I'm citing the example of the Wharton School Professor Gulen. He said and he suggested, I have already mentioned about this, a course on pandemic management and crisis management. He has started in Wharton School. So they have already started doing this. So it is a eye-opener for us that we also should think on these lines. There is a one survey, you call it the Accord survey. It says many things. Social distancing restrictions, it is relaxed in 2021. Institutions are again considering what to do in relation to F2F lectures or thinking about more sustainable alternatives. Accord survey of 43 universities in Australia and New Zealand, it showed that only 10 out of 43, that is the 23%, considered return on campus lecture alternative as a long-term prospect. So every result of this survey has an implication on management institutions like us and management education like this. 18, that is the 42%, were planning to return to campus with a reduced model. That is the fewer lectures overall, fewer disciplines using the lectures. 6 universities, that is the 14%, would not be returning to lectures at all. What it means? It means that they will continue with their online studies or whatever. 7% were not sure. Just 7 institutions named COVID-19 as a main reason for discontinuing the campus lectures, while 9.8 other drivers, God knows which are the other drivers, and 13, that is the 30%, said it was a bit of both. 10, that is the 23%, said that the good pedagogy was the primary reason. Results showed that the university have found new ways of providing information traditionally conveyed via lectures through more active and collaborative forms of learning. So we management institution will have to resort to the active learning, or what you call is the collaborative learning. That is what I showed one tool, that is what you call is the fishball or voice thread. This is all collaborative group discussion going out of the class, and then you come up with the ideas, and the other group will be informed about all those things. There is a Shirley Alexander of the University of Technology supported this, who pointed to evidence that active learning approaches are more likely to achieve good students' learning outcomes. So our focus should be on active learning. University must be committed to graduating students who are digitally literate, critical thinkers, problem solvers, and excellent communicators. These are the qualities that the employers want. So emphasis of all the management education institution is to produce the students or train the students on these lines. These outcomes, if lecture based, you can't get results. It's all not just about active learning, knowing stuff, but it's the doing stuff. You have to do it. Active participation, active and collaborative, and that is and authentic. Learning management system, LMS, virtual learning environment, that is I said about the voice thread. Role play, that is the co-constructing the knowledge. This is all part of the active and collaborative learning. Allowing students to create, share, and comment on images, PowerPoint presentations, videos, audio files, documents, PDF files, and so on, typically done in LMS, a VLE program such as VoiceThread, video, audio, where comments can be either audio or text-based and allow others to comment, typically based on solving a specific problem or providing reflections on topics of the week. Co-facilitating meaningful discussion and group discussion, constructing knowledge. That is, as I said in a previous slide, role playing, pretend to be a leader and solve the issues a company is facing. This can be done on platforms like Microsoft Teams. Be empowered to conduct GD. Microsoft Teams or Slack are deal for this. The teams should come back with feedback to the whole group. Debate among themselves, exploring ideas about a given topic. I have discussed fish balls. F2F is replaced by online Microsoft Teams, Zoom, collaborative learning. Realigning Indian management education towards developing employable management graduates. It also has had talked about collaborative learning and dual country program. So pedagogical innovation, in a previous slide, I had mentioned about that. What initiatives are to be the part of our teaching pedagogy? Virtual pre-class group preparation, integration of online offline learning. This is, I call this as a blended. Content delivery at its core. Learning in virtual mode through hybrid classroom. Online proctored examination. See, this is a great challenge, that while you are taking an online examination, how to prove that this fellow has copied or this fellow has not copied. Because when the examination starts, you have to look at the camera for some 10 seconds or maybe 30 seconds. So camera will capture you. So if you move like this, or if you move like this, or you move like this, camera will consider it as that you have copied. So I mean, this is a tremendous challenge. And at KSKV Kutch University, we have faced this situation, and we had to appoint a very, very high-powered committee to sort out the issue, because the career of the students are affected. If they are proven guilty, then 1 year will be wasted, or 2 years is wasted, whatever the amount of the degree of the crime that they have committed. Offering international certification program on a specific domain. Industry readiness. This is also very important. Say a few months back, not even few months back, 15 days or more around that, I had a meeting with HR forum of the Kutch, where the Adani's, then you have the BK Tires and Wellspun and the Britannia biscuit, Parle biscuits, and one or two companies, Ashapura Mines, the top-notch HR people, they came. And then they said that we need to have the students who are industry ready. Then in the response to that, I said that whatever you want, you just let me know that what kind of a skills that you are looking for in a student. You tell us and we'll develop a course on that. And they agreed to it. So, I mean, the next task is to talk to the lot of industry. Say we have the Federation of Kutch Industry Association, we have the Kutch Industries and Academic Forum. So you have to make vibrant. So whatever the part of India that you belong to, all the participants, the task of we management teachers is to make our students industry ready, talk to the people, what kind of a courses they want, and try to make our students, particularly the industry ready. Work from home, what companies look for in work from home. There is also, it says, I mean, people, they were joking about, bahut hi acha hai, we have to work from home. And then they all of a sudden that they realize that they have to work even more. If they are working in an office environment, they have to even work more. So what they are looking for? They are looking for ability to remote network, deeper domain knowledge of a functional areas. So the task of our management institution is to provide training to our students on this also. Ability to work on a cross-cultural environment and virtual offices. critical thinking skills, improved communication, emotional intelligence, because this is the most challenging task, because we had to have a one cell which we specially opened up in Kutch University, who were giving the guidance and advice to the students who find themselves depressed, and they were thinking about doing the suicide. What the trauma that we have passed through, and now we are just out of it, still not completely out, because we are still waiting for the hope that it doesn't come, the third wave. And you have to think about the improved tech savviness. So you have to, this is the, again, the challenge for we management institution, not only to have the skill set we already talked about, but the another kind of a skill set we are already having. And for that, we had one MOU done with the Adani Skill Foundation, and they are going to help us in this. So management institutions should look for some good institutions which are providing the training in this area, because what the companies they look for is the communication, as I said. The second is how you are groomed, and the third part is that your domain knowledge is how much your domain knowledge is. So you have to provide all these aspects to our students. These are the challenges. Skills post-COVID, the world. 2 in 3 recruiters agree that the new hires' ability to navigate the challenge of technological disruption has grown in importance more than any skills. This includes leveraging different technical platforms to manage team effectively in remote work and managing companies' digital strategies amid new social distance norms. More than half responding recruiters also said strong communication skills, that is 61%, innovation, 54%, having versatile skill, 54%, strategic thinking, 50%. These have grown in importance in COVID-19. So, what's our role? All the participants, I think that they are a part of some kind of a teaching community. We all are in the same tutelage. Coronavirus related disruption can give educators time to rethink the management education sector. Technology has tapped into and will continue to play a key role in educating future generation. In a world where knowledge is a mouse click away, the role of an educator must change also. Not since World War II have so many countries around the world seen schools and educational institutions go into lockdown at around the same time and for the same reason. While we know that the impact of this virus will be far-reaching, what might it mean in longer term for education or higher education or management education or a school education, whatever education it is? So for a while now, educators around the world have been talking about the need to rethink how we educate future generation in disruptive crisis. This might just be disruption that the sector needed to get us all to rethink how we educate and what we teach. It is a good time to reflect on how this disruptive crisis can help us define what learning should look like for Generation Z, Generation Alpha and beyond. In a little 1 or 2 slides later, I am going to speak about the Generation Z. So majority of students in our educational institutions today are from Generation Z because they are thinking about nothing else than the technology. When they get up in the morning, they get up with the gadget. They go to sleep, they sleep with the gadget. So I sometimes jocularly say, and now the new concept is now making a round, that you should have the mobile fasting. That while you get up, at least 1 hour, you don't touch your mobile. While you go to sleep, you don't touch your mobile, whatever it is. But the Generation Z, Alpha, these all are the techno-savvy. This generation, the oldest of whom are now 25 years old, is likely to be reflecting on their education as a result of a truly global pandemic, with many facing cancelled examination, sporting events, and even graduation. Say IPL was postponed. It was cancelled and now it is going to restart on 19th of September. This is a new situation now. This generation is defined by technology, where the terms FOBA, fear of being alone, and FOMO, fear of missing out, express their expectation of instant communication and feedback, effected through apps like Instant Messenger, Snapchat, and WhatsApp. That includes from parents and educators also. This is also a generation that sees the power of working collaboratively to solve the world's biggest challenge, climate change and mental health being top on their agenda, and at present their collective responsibility of a self-isolate to protect older members. See, generation Gen Zs, Jers, whatever you call it. Go to make it bigger. That is self-isolate to protect older members of the community. That is Gen Zers have not seen the world without technology. So technology is a must for schools catering to Generation Z. Leave it aside when they will come to IILM or they will come to do MBA with Kutch University. Technology. Education for Generation Z is deeply intertwined with technology. So, Generation Alpha, the children of the millennials, are the most racially diverse generation across the world, and one in which technology is simply an extension of their own consciousness and identity, with social media being a way of life. These young preschoolers are also the generation with the most non-traditional family structures, often with bulldozer parents. What I mean by the bulldozer parents are who move obstacles out of the way to create clear path for their kids. If I go out of a topic, this is not good. That if you remove all the obstacles that are coming to your child, you are making him a little paralytic. You are making him dependent. Because I mean the child will never be able to what you call is the fly in the open air. bulldozer parents who move obstacles out of the way to create the clear path. While Generation Alpha is at this point possibly oblivious to the impact of the global pandemic. उसे तो मालूम ही नहीं है कि what was the pandemic on their education. The impact will surely be felt even for our youngest learners for years to come. I said that now if you are looking at the history, there are only two things that is going to happen. One is before COVID-19 and what is going to happen after COVID-19. So there are, so I belong to, or whatever is it, before COVID-19 and somewhere something after COVID-19 also. So I'm in between something. In midst of COVID-19 crisis, we are sure that the fellow educators like us are wondering what we need to prepare our students for in future. According to the Dell Technologies report, 85% of the jobs in 2030 that the Generation Z and Alpha will enter into have not been invented yet. उसका जन्म ही नहीं हुआ है. According to the This World Economic Forum report, 65% of the primary school children today will be working in job types that do not exist yet. So the COVID-19 crisis may well change our world and our global outlook. It may also teach us about how education needs to change to be able to better prepare our young learners for that the future might hold. These lessons include educating citizens in an interconnected world. COVID-19 is a pandemic that illustrates how globally interconnected we are. There is no longer such a thing as isolated issues and actions. Successful people in the coming decades need to be able to understand this interrelatedness and navigate across boundaries to leverage their differences and work in a globally collaborative way. If you are redefining the role of an educator, the notion of an educator as the knowledge holder who imparts wisdom to their pupils is no longer fit for the purpose of a 21st century education, with students being able to gain access to the knowledge and even learn a technical skill through a few clicks on the phones, tablets, and computers. We will need to redefine the role of educator in the classroom and lecture theater. This may mean that the role of educators will need to move towards facilitating young people's development as contributing members of society. So, I mean, 2 points that are coming out of this is that you need to be a resilient person, and you have to have the adaptability. You will have to have the emotional intelligence. You will have to have the continuous learning. You will have to have entrepreneurial skills, creativity, and critical thinking. Teaching life skill needed for the future: creativity, communication, collaboration, empathy, and emotional intelligence. It says everything. In this ever-changing global environment, young people require resilience and adaptability, skills that are proving to be essential to navigate effectively through this pandemic. Looking into the future, some of the most important skills that the employers will be looking for will be creativity. And if you are looking for some course on creativity, I say there is a book by Professor Khandwala. The name of the book is The Fourth Eye. And I was surprised to know that how he has written a book like The Fourth Eye. He was taking a walk across the IIM campuses with his daughter, and whatever the discussion that the father and daughter they had, he used to come to home and jot it down. And the book was written on the fourth eye. I will not go into the details because I will learn that that book already. It talks about how your importance of the flexibility of your thoughts, and then you convert that into something very creative or something very innovative. Communication and collaboration alongside empathy and emotional intelligence, and being able to work across demographic lines of differences to harness the power of collective through effective teamwork. Second point that I would like to talk on this line is unlocking technology to deliver education to create content for remote learning for students. COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in educational institutions across the world being compelled to suddenly harness and utilize this suite of available technology tools to create content for remote learning for students in all sectors. Educators across the world are experiencing new possibilities to do things differently and with greater flexibility, resulting in potential benefits in accessibility to education for students across the world. I have talked about new education policy because it is the future. I have talked about that ABC, there is an option of multiple entry and exit. So what I request everybody is to go through the document of the University Grants Commission and read what are the things that are available in, because it is the future of management education, NEP. I said in my previous slide somewhere that NEP 2020 aims to increase the GER in higher education from 26% to 50% by 2035. Around the 3.5 crore new seats will be added to higher education institutes, and center along with states will collaborate to increase the public investment in education sector to reach 6% of GDP. Because we as a management institution, we are also looking for the enrollment portion, that the number of students who join us. I don't know, I have seems shortage of time. The 10 strategies I would like to talk about, I don't know when, but it talks about what management institution should do to increase our enrollment. Vocational knowledge developed in India, that is, you call this the Lok Vidya, will be made accessible to the students through integration into vocational education courses. National Educational Technology Forum, NETF, will be created to provide a platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, and administration. I have talked about this, but for this, higher education institution will have to include value-based education, environmental education, credit-based courses, and projects in the area of community engagement and services. The top Indian schools have accentuated their programs to include new technologies, business analytics, AI, machine learning, and their curriculum making them STEM infused, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So we have to think about the courses which includes these 4 areas. And that is the main aim of the new education policy, is to make the student knowledge holistic and all round. These skill sets are driving the job markets, and Indian business schools are adopting very quickly to new normal. New courses, like I've said a few courses in an earlier slide, but organizing in times of crisis, crisis management, building resilient organization. Those who are HR and OB person and OD persons, they will be interested in having a course on resilient organization, risk management, leadership during crisis, crisis communication. See, Kutch University is in a MOU with Gujarat government for the disaster management also. So we are having the courses on disaster management, some certificate course on disaster management, which will sensitize students to real world of business. Curriculum relevance, a high degree of industry integration, and strong focus on value education and experiential learning have been a key. Alumni performance in industry is a key focus on making students job ready. Because, the companies, they come year on year. Why they come year on year to pick up the students is because the seniors, those who are alumni, who are performing very well in that. Because in my tenure in Faculty of Management as a dean, and even the placement coordinator, and even the dean of students, I have realized this. That and the companies, they give feedback, because your students are doing very well, we are coming. So you will have to focus on what is the how well you do, because if you are working nicely, you are opening up the gates for your future generation, your juniors to take a job. Challenge is employability, because you have to have this skill set. As I said that I had a meeting with the HR forum, and they said that they will have to have some kind of a skill set that we want. So we have to infuse these kind of a courses to make them employable. Center for Lifelong Learning. Let me tell you that at a Kutch University, I have taken an initiative, and I have opened up what you call is the Center for Lifelong Learning. And so many different kinds of certificate courses, or 1-year diploma courses, or 6-month certificate courses, or 1-week certificate courses, courses on yoga, courses on naturopathy. Think of it, holistic, because it leads to holistic development of a student. This is in line with national education policy. So certificate programs for management at KSKV Kutch University, as I said. One of the most major challenge that we have to face is the quality assurance in education. If we do not provide the quality education, students will not come next year, because the word spreads faster. So it is a a very big challenge, and that is the reason why you have the different kinds of accreditations are existing. You have the NAC accreditation, or you have whatever the NBA accreditation, or AC, BSc, BSP accreditation, so on and so forth. So value-based management education is a challenge. What I am going to do in my academic council, that is the highest body, I have cleared one course, that is integrated personality development with value-based education, where at some semester, I think first semester or second semester, across university and across all the colleges, across all the board of studies, they have to learn this course. And that will be the choice-based credit system. I also have talked about NCC as a course, because NCC will infuse the discipline. NSS, it will infuse the feeling of the servitude. And our students are doing very well. In a COVID-affected villages, they went and had the awareness program that you take the Tikakaran, that is for the vaccination, and how important to take a vaccination is. So, multidisciplinary approach to the management education and management education research is a key, and the number of papers or the courses that you will include in your kitty, that will add value to your management institution. That means that you are preparing a real all-rounder and providing the real holistic education. Integrated MBA with options like management, science, technology, humanities, architecture, archaeology, forensic science, agriculture, law, fine arts, journalism, textiles. This is an illustrative list, not an exhaustive one. So whatever the students would like to take a course, I am a management student and I would like to opt for some course on a forensic science, something like that. That course should be available. And there are some challenges of credit transfer, but that is, you leave it to the government to sort out that issue. And in a national education policy, you have academic bank of credit, so that will help you. And if you have taken forensic science or agriculture, that will reflect very good on your mark sheet, and it will create a great brand image. Ultimate aim of any management institution, education institution, is to create a brand. So and you know, the brand is not built overnight. I mean, Amul has taken almost 50 years to create a brand, and now nobody can dislodge that brand. Nobody. So, I mean, curriculum evolution is a challenge. There is a decisive shift towards a shorter duration. Just listen carefully. There is a decisive shift towards shorter duration and modular programs delivering specific capabilities. 2 years MBA will give a way to compressed modular program of 15 months or 1 year. Technovet, improve or perish. Earlier, Jawaharlal Nehru gave the formula, you produce or perish. Now we are giving a formula, either you innovate or you operate. This is instant, it came. Improve or perish. Either you shape up or you ship out from recruiters and students. So slowly and slowly, I mean, from the minds of the students, your institutions will go, and they will not come to you for the recruitment or admission, enrollment. So you have to have the benchmark with the world's best institutions. As I said, quality assurance, international accreditation. Students look for the job opportunities across the globe. So it's must to get international accreditation. This will improve global recognition and also the quality of placements. International alliance, freedom to launch joint degree with foreign business schools. These are all avenues for the revenue. And you will have to do it, otherwise you are gone. Like the universities like us, we have some restrictions and more challenges, but institutions like those who are autonomous and those who are having the cash-rich management and trust, they can do it very easily. And modular choice or selecting courses across multiple streams, location, institutions. And if I say something, you restore, you evolve, you transform. So what are the 5 points that you will be looking for is the, because you all are management persons, I will not delve into all these things. Cost management, that is the reducing the institutional costs and increasing the workforce efficiency. This is one of the strategies that you should be focusing on. Online learning, strengthening the online and hybrid education. You will have to have financial health. You have to think about the budgets. You have to revise your budget models and your IT governance and improve your financial health. Affordability and digital equity, providing increased support for students, technology needs and enabling the technology availability, and information security, providing information security leadership. And if you look at evolving the strategies, a beautiful name that Shyamali has given to the topic, which I don't know what justice have I made, I don't know, but evolve, student success, advancing student support service to help students attain academic and career goals. And see, one of the things that it comes to my mind is that there is a strategy called mentor-mentee relationships. The senior student becomes the mentor and the junior student becoming the mentee. And how good they are, trained by or mentored by the senior, that will lead to the success of a student. See, I am just reminded of, I am thankful to Dr. G.N. Patel. We had a very good stint at IIM Ahmedabad, 1 full year, and he was too good in quantitative techniques and statistics and fuzzy logic and all those things. So not only the senior student become the mentor, even at a colleague level, somebody can become a mentor. And he used to teach us the QT and all those things. And that will lead us to face the IIM director or the professor like Alro. And so it's a success. Equitable access to the education, providing technologies, support and policy for diverse users, online learning, progressing from emergency remote teaching to online learning, information security, developing a cyber security operations strategy, Okay. There is a message from Professor Shamli that only 10 minutes are left, and there are some question and answer session. What I request Professor Shamli is that if there are some queries and questions, I give you my email ID.
Okay.
I promise, it is a gentleman's promise, that I will sort it out. So either there are so many questions, if I have not done well, there are so many questions. If I have not been understood by at all, there will be no questions at all. So last 3-4 points that are remaining.
Sure, sir. So, yeah. So we can share your email ID with the participants.
I will do that. Again, talking about the financial health, partnering to develop new funding sources. You have to think about, you don't have to depend on only one source of a fund. Never, it's not wise. Institutional culture, that is the transformation. Contributing to a culture of a transformation. Technology alignment. There was one beautiful word that she has used in the topic is the alignment. Identifying and applying sustainable digital strategies and innovations. Technology strategy, developing an enterprise architecture that keeps pace with the strategic change, enrollment and recruitment. This is a key area. And the cost management, focusing on digital transformation. And those 10 strategies, it will take another half an hour. So I'm leaving it around. So I will share those 10 strategies. I will get it, what is annexed, and I will send it across to Professor Shamli, because those 10 strategies are going to be very, very useful and pivot for management educationists like us. And as I said, that will help us improving our gross enrollment ratio and improving the brand image and how we should be, because positioning is a key for any institution. So the longer you stay in the minds of consumers, consumers are here, are the students. The brand equity of management education institute like you will improve. Because remember that in a positioning, nobody remembers number 2. Everybody remembers number 1. If I ask one question and I finish everything, I ask one question, who is the second person who is landed on a moon? You tell me, who is the second person who is landed on a moon? Can anybody out of 150? I have not asked because she said that you should make it interactive, and at the back end of the session, I am trying to do that. Sorry for one-sided this thing, but I thought these are the things that are very important and relevant. I tried my best to sort out. That's great. One answer came from Tyagarajan is Edwin Aldrin is a correct answer. I can't give it a chocolate from here, but I am being a Rajput, I being a Jadeja. If as and when we will meet, I will give you one chocolate. Okay. Thank you so much for providing me an opportunity and a very big platform. I hope I've been able to do justice to the topic. And I'm sorry I could not devote much time for the question answer, but my email ID is, if you can write it, can we write it? जेडी जडेजा जब सुन VCO हाँ
Yeah, please note down the email ID. You can connect with sir. Yeah, this is the email ID.
Where is it? VCO KSKVKU VCO KSKVKU @gmail.com, and my personal ID is jdjadeja@yahoo.co.uk. So I end my presentation. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Sabyasachi, please unmute others.
Who?
No, sir. Yeah. So thank you so much, sir. Very insightful thoughts that you have shared today, and the overall impact of learning of management students. It still appears to be uncertain, and you have provided a multifaceted educational initiatives or strategies, you can say, that is focusing on COVID-19. Thank you for the valuable presence of and your time, sir. We are really honored to have you today for this session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And there.
So participants, tomorrow we will again start our session at 9:30. I will share the schedule again. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.